Join the royalty of fixed ops. Welcome back to the Knights of the Fixed Ops Roundtable event.
Make history with the Radical Change panel featuring Lady Sara Vantine along with some of the biggest names in retail.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sara Vantine here with the future of automotive retail. We are going to talk today about radical change in the automotive industry. I have some special guests with us today. We've got Steve Greenfield, Ed Roberts, Stephen Woessner, Brian Kramer, Tully Williams, and Dave Foy. Thank you, gentlemen, everybody, for being here today.
Great to be here.
Yes, Sara.
Good to be here.
Steve, I want to kick it to you first. So, one of the things that we've been talking about at a recent panel, we had asked, what radical change meant. And Ed Roberts had talked about how it was shifting the mindset from how I've always done it that way with the mindset of let me start by asking this question. So, from your perspective, you have a lot of things going on. You have your pulse on a lot of information in automotive. How will radical change affect dealership management teams to stay competitive and relevant in today's marketplace?
Yeah, well, first, Sara, thanks for having me today. It's really great to be here. I'd say that the franchise dealer model has proven to be very defensible, right? But having said that, we are having in this era of accelerating change, and I think whether you look at EVs and EV adoption and all the implications of EVs, whether you look at vehicle connectivity and over-the-air updates and the implications that's going to have on both service as well as unbundling features and offering them on a monthly subscription basis, there's a lot of change coming, and I think the recurring thing is making sure that all of our employees are ready to adapt to all of this change. The franchise dealer model has proven that the employees are adaptable, but we have this challenge in the industry with high turnover. I think it's going to become more important than ever to ensure that all of our employees across the executive level, all the way down to the frontline employees, are all prepared for and knowledgeable about what changes are potentially coming, and then being prepared for those changes and not being caught flat-footed as these changes accelerate.
Well, Dave and Stephen, I want to ask you all this question. So and Brian Kramer, I'd love to ask you this as well. What do you all, and Dave, I'll kick it to you first. What do you think is going to cause the most disruption in 2024 as we start this year? What do you see happening in the auto industry?
That's a big question. I'll give you a shorter answer. I think probably the biggest disruption is going to be more people going outside the industry to find talent, to bring that talent into the dealerships. Leadership development going to become non-negotiable in 2024. We are not going to solve the retention issue. The generations that are coming through now are not a generation or generations that are looking to work somewhere for 20, 30 years. And we need to stop expecting that. College football programs lose a third of their people every single year and somehow perform at a high level. We need to do the same thing, and we get there by leadership development. We've got to have good leaders, to Steve's point, that can see change, adapt to change, and help their teams be prepared and adapt to change.
Well, Stephen, what do you see as the biggest disruption into 2024?
So I think from my perspective, it's going to be margin compression. I think that we've started to see dealer margins start to drift down. I think we're going to see a pretty big whipsaw over the course of this year, the remaining 11 months, because we're going to see sort of first we're going to feel it on new vehicles overall, but specifically on EVs. But I think the competition is starting to mount, and it's going to start. We'll exit 2024 looking a lot more like pre-COVID times in terms of dealership margins overall, et cetera. We're going to see it continue to drift down. And for those dealers that aren't ready for this, you've got 11 months now left in the year to prepare for this. But I think that it isn't going to be a shock to the system, but some dealers aren't going to be prepared for operating their businesses very efficiently. They've gotten used to these higher margins, and I think that's going to be the biggest disruption, I think, over the remainder of this year.
Brian, you see a lot in the technology pieces. And so from your perspective, what do you think is going to be the biggest disruptor to 2024?
I think that most of the dealers that I interact with, or I'm assuming it's the same case across the board, are not managing their online virtual process. And I'm not talking about the appointments and stuff through the BDC. I'm talking about what happens prior to knowing about the customer, when the unique identifier to be able to do retargeting and marketing. And the most shrewd operators that I come across have this down. They operate their business like a data scientist would from a marketing standpoint, and they're connecting the dots as to where the breakdowns are. If they're not finishing their mobile site to schedule a service appointment, then they're only looking at the desktop site, and they're not looking at it through the customer's lens. I think that that's one of the primary things, but I also think that the technology for marketing is going to enable people like that. But it's also like, our appraisal tool that we have takes people that really are working at Starbucks or working hospitality that are just nice, people that are talking to people. It doesn't require the same skill set as what it used to with a lot of tribal knowledge. So it's enabling people that never before could appraise cars or do service right. If you see it right now with multiple service drive tools where valets can go around and do half the MPI, whereas that didn't used to be the case a few years ago. Now you're getting a different skill set, which ties back into what Dave Volie was saying. So now it's going to expose anybody when all these tasks are automated and you get rid of all the redundant things that used to be you needed tribal knowledge for. Now you're going to be exposed to anybody who doesn't know how to develop leaders, to recruit them, develop them, promote them, and repeat that cycle. They're going to be seriously exposed because it's just going to come down to leadership development. I agree with Dave.
So Ed and Tully, we've talked a lot about the technology, but what is your perspective? And I'll start with Ed first. How does all of this change impact the customer experience?
Well, the unfortunate part is we don't necessarily look at it from the customer experience first. So when I heard the other guys talking, the thing that I would add to that would be the lack of a plan. That's usually the biggest disruptor. Is we don't have a plan on how we're going to react to anything. So everything becomes a reaction. And that's how we take care of our customers too, as a rule, is we react to whatever the situation is rather than have a process and looking at it from their lens and coming in backwards. So our opportunity is to relook at everything we do and don't look at it from what's convenient for us. Look at it as how does it turn out in the end? And when we work at it that way, it becomes easier for us because we didn't realize how simple it is to begin with and what our true expectations are. And then how over the top we can take that.
Tully, your perspective?
I love this. I love it when we talk about humans, and I think that Dave started this conversation, and Ed put the topping on top. Is that it's all about our great people at our dealership doing their job right. And I think too is that we have to encourage to get people to join the automotive group. I don't see if there's any other industry in the world that you can be uneducated and make an obscene amount of money every month. And this is the industry to be in. But here's one thing you have to be. You have to be a good people person, right? And training is the huge deal. And I think what Ed said is spot on, is that do you have processes in your stores that you actually abide by? There's processes that we pretend to do, and there's processes that we actually do. And I believe data is the king of that, is that every employee at the Needle Company knows how they do on a daily basis. And we talk about that. And do we do evaluations on that? The process that works at your store are your great team members doing that process. And how do we encourage great people to come and join and do that process? And I'm telling you, it's an everyday occurrence and you have to be on it every day. So Dave and Ed, spot on. It's all about great team members.
Well, and Stefan, so when we were talking about the adaptation to the customer experience, one of the things that always pops into my mind is, okay, well, the dealership at the end of the day is also focusing on the revenue piece, right? You have to have the doors open. You have to keep the lights on. That's a factor in the customer and the employee experience. So what new revenue streams do you see dealerships being able to implement to be more successful in this new environment?
Well, I think, when you look at it, there are a range of revenue streams that, depending on what dealership you're looking at, that they're not already taking advantage of. I mean, whether it's tires or whether it's different kind of programs. And over the years, industries have been created on the things that dealers are not doing. And I think in a lot of cases, they need to start to look more seriously at those things. And then when you start to expand from there, and the technology that the other guys have talked about plays into this idea, I think there's going to be an increasing request for, call it mobility as a service. In other words, people can't afford a car. They can't afford those kind of things, but they need mobility. They need transportation. So finding a way to provide them with transportation, whether it's different kinds of vehicles available through a subscription, or whether it's an e-bike, or whether it's some other form of transportation. But I think dealers are going to have to take a much more holistic view of mobility and transportation than they have in the past. It's more than just buying and selling cars. It's got to be a more holistic view. And I think the guys are right. The team and the challenge that they're facing, I think they're up to it. But it is going to take some work, and they have to reframe that. It's not a transactional thought process. It has to be a different thought process than a purely transactional one, because that's what customers are looking for.
I think you also need to put a restaurant in between a Ford and a Lincoln store. And I don't think enough dealers are thinking about that in terms of revenue.
That'd be
yes, I agree. Ed's place is awesome. I've been there.
We are here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have the Radical Change panel going on now. For those of us that have just tuned in, we're talking a little bit about dealership revenue streams right now. And Steve and Brian, I'd love to get your take on this as well. So we talked a lot about AI today. We talked a lot about technology. What can dealerships look at with leveraging this new technology? How do they improve their revenue?
Yeah, I'll jump in first, Brian, if you don't mind. I mean, I think that you could be very scared and intimidated by this next wave of vehicles and how much technology and how sophisticated they are, right? It can be daunting for the salesperson, definitely daunting for the person who's trying to service those vehicles, et cetera. Or you could flip it and you could say, this is a great opportunity. Like, for example, these cars are going to have a lot of sensors, cameras, radar, LiDAR that are going to need to be calibrated. And who's going to calibrate those things if not the franchise dealer? So having the consumer come back periodically to have those things, calibrated means another opportunity for the consumer to come back in, get some consumer pay work done, also take a look at the vehicle and see if there's anything else to be done. I think that over-the-air updates can be great. They could be scary because the consumer may very well get these updates done at home over their Wi-Fi connection, or you might ask the consumer to come in every year or every 6 months to ensure that the car is fully updated. We've got you all the updates that you need to make sure your software is entirely up and your car is as safe as it can be. The last thing I'll say is, we will see automakers continue to experiment with unbundling features. You may activate those features at the time of purchase or 6 months later. And for the dealer that isn't prepared to have those conversations with consumers, it could be very scary and daunting. The flip side is, I think these are going to be new revenue opportunities for a dealer to get, high margin revenue, that if you're up to date on what features a vehicle has and you're able to convince the consumer to subscribe to these features, that's all new recurring revenue. That a lot of that will come to the dealer. So I think not to be scared by the new technology on vehicles, but you're going to have to be very open-minded and be a student and learn about what these new technologies mean. I think all of that may flow into new revenue centers for dealers.
Well, it's hard to top that. I'll say the two lowest hanging fruit that I see, in addition to remote service, which, obviously we talked about that ad nauseum, and Ed's a better subject matter expert for that than I am. But I would say rental car businesses, everybody's going to need to fuel their used car operations. And right now it's something that dealers kind of toe dipped in before, but I think that it's going to be a critical element to really figure out that life cycle between what are your rental cars, your loaner cars, depending on what your franchise is. How does that life cycle go? What's the ordering cadence? When do you put those in for maximum profitability? When do you pull them out for maximum profitability? And having people dedicated to that to constantly have aligned with your marketing campaigns and CPO and everything like that. I would say that the other thing is having in-home EV chargers. I got an EV on order. I don't know how I'm going to charge it or what I'm going to do, or there's not really a lot of resources in terms of how that works. But I see that as somebody selling a maintenance agreement on an in-home, like you would an air conditioning unit, and hooking up with local HVAC or electricians to figure out how to do that. And there's, I'm sure, Steve, you're already going down that road. But the one thing that I'll kind of pin the tail on the donkey on this is there's many people that have technology. And I think that this is probably the most important thing. And I see it all the time. People can have the most technology in the world, but the people that are able to connect the dots and the true digital transformation and get people to actually use it and be able to harness it to make it more convenient. If you focus on convenience, people aren't shopping Uber Eats versus DoorDash and saying, oh, who's got the lower price? Like everybody thinks that they are with oil changes or brakes. When you sell convenience, Ed Roberts gave me the best service experience I've ever had. And I'm actually, I'm probably waiting for my next oil change to drive 6 hours up there because I'd like to just knock it out while I'm up there because he got me in and out in 22 minutes, even though I didn't need it. But it was just like a well-oiled machine. And I think that if everybody was focused on that instead of what's the person down the street doing, we'd all be a lot better off.
Well, and I would love that, Brian. And I want to pivot for a second into thinking about the future of our employees in this changing retail automotive space. So, the employee today in dealerships is radically different than it was, 10, 15 years ago. The quality of the individual in terms of how they operate this technology, how they understand it, all of that is shifting as our customers shifting. So Dave Foy, I'd love to go to you first, and then Ed and Tully to get your opinions on this. But we're in a lot of competition in the automotive industry with top talent. So how do dealers better equip themselves to attract and retain top talent in 2024?
Yeah. So again, not to sound like a broken record, but it's leadership. Leadership is the way for us to be able to even start to entertain the conversation of attracting top talent, never mind retaining it, right? We have tried for years in the dealership space to bring people in and keep them there, right? But we have never worked on making sure that our leaders have the skills that they need to take care of that team, right? We take an advisor and we promote them up to be a manager because they were really good at being an advisor, but we never give them the skills that they need to actually manage and lead a team, right? There is a lot that goes into, I consider myself very, very lucky. I had mentors along the way that as I moved up, helped me with those skills that I needed to be able to actually run a store. There's a lot of things you need to look at every single day on top of taking care of the team, right? There's a lot of moving parts. These are high dollar businesses that you're asking somebody to run, and you've given them zero training to do that. So I really believe everything is going to rise and fall on the dealerships that actually invest in their training and leadership teams. Now, you've still got to train the talent that comes in, right? You still can't do the stand by me method of come in and let the person stand next to somebody for a week and learn their job. You've still got to have an effective onboarding program, but the leader has to know how to actually make that work with the team.
Ed, what are some of the pieces that you're doing in your organization?
Well, it's going to what Dave said with training. It's training across the board. It's giving people opportunities to not just have a skill as a technician or as a salesperson, but give them the opportunity to be able to learn another skill, to be flexible within the store. And one of the things that's really prevented that over the years is we have a fear of growing our own replacement. So I just got to keep them locked in here. Well, as soon as you do, someone else is going to take them from you. So you got to lose the fear of training your replacement, continue to train yourself, continue to for your personal and professional growth, but then also provide those paths for your team members as well. Now, sometimes we got to pull them back in because they'll start on the job. Okay, well, this isn't so fun. Let me start something else. And we got to hold them back and give them some guidance, but it's giving them the opportunity to put themselves in different roles than what they started with.
Tully?
Ed's spot on. I think that, this is a great industry that we have challenges and we have opportunity for everybody, from a warranty admin to a porter, to a salesperson, to a detailer. But I think people want a pathway. And, and Ed and I do this very well, where we have great longevity. We don't have a personnel problem. I should knock on wood because I'm going to jinx myself, because we treat people with respect. And two is that we give them a pathway to success. Every porter wants to become a technician or service manager. We have it in writing how they can get there, and we treat them with respect. That is the issue. Is a salesperson starts as a lot junkie, right? Becomes a great salesperson. There's a pathway to become a sales manager, if not a general manager. Do we have assistant managers? Every service manager has an assistant. Train your replacement. Ed said it spot on. Every parts manager has an assistant. Train your replacement, right? Every technician has groups, and we give raises throughout the year based on training, right? Our goal is to encourage training. And I think Brian brought it up about training for EVs. Porsche does the best. Porsche sends the service visor away for a week to learn about the car. And you think about that, who is the customer actually going to ask when there's a problem with the car, or what should I do? It's not the salesperson. It's their service advisor. And I think
that's 100% right.
What did they say about, what product should I buy if it's on prescription or not, right? I think that was awesome. They're not going to ask the salesperson. They're going to ask their service advisor. So OEMs need to train service advisors about the car. They should actually train them to be car salesmen, because what do we sell? They sell between 8 and 12 customers a day at our dealership, right? We sell every day, and customers trust us. And when they trust us, what do? They buy their next car, and they tell their friends and families to come back. So I encourage training, have pathways, encourage managers to grow your next replacement in our group. Our GMs in our stores, all of them are under 40. We want people to grow and grow and grow. We're not going to hire people because I love that, he's the best service advisor, so he must become the next service manager. That is not the case. Have pathways, make people successful, and I'm telling you, it means so much when you're in a person that has grown great technicians to have life-changing events. It's the best thing you can ever do for yourself.
In our last few moments here, I want to ask everybody a lightning round question, and this is, just would like to get maybe a minute or less answer. And I know this is going to be a tough one to encapsulate, but there's been a lot of announcements and changes in the industry. Of course, a lot of dealers are talking about this Amazon and Hyundai partnership, and it's become evident that the digital marketing efforts are going to shift as a result of that union. So just going around, Steve, I'll start with you first, then Ed, then Stefan, Brian, and Tully, and Dave Foy will finish us off. But lightning round, how can dealerships enhance their current digital marketing strategy? What's one takeaway that they could do today to help their customers?
Yeah, so I think that, as you said, Sarah, I think shame on you if you're not keeping an eye on how this Amazon thing plays out. It may not amount to too much, but it could be very, very disruptive. I think, watch data coming out from Cox and CDK around their consumer surveys. I think that they package that up quite well. I think most importantly, lean on your vendors. One of the most important questions you can ask your vendor isn't so much about how am I doing, but ask them, who are the best dealers in America and what are they doing? And what should I be learning from them? Which isn't a question that dealers often ask, because your egos get caught up that we're the best, et cetera. But I think lean on the vendors to help share insights on what the best dealers are doing and how you can adopt some of those processes in your own store.
Ed, enhancing current digital marketing efforts. How can dealers reach more customers?
We can talk about that from the sales side. We can talk about it from the service side, but it's and I'll circle back to what I brought up earlier, and it's meeting them on their terms, and it's removing that friction that's with all the bait clicks and whatever else, to where if they schedule remote service, or if they schedule to have a remote delivery of their vehicle or whatever it may be, that we have an Uber-like app where it's all transparent to them. They know who's coming to them. They see where their vehicle's at. They see when it's going to be there. All those elements removes the friction and removes the question of what's going on with my vehicle, whether they're buying a new vehicle from us or whether we're servicing a vehicle, whatever it may be, or maybe we're just enhancing their vehicle by selling them accessories or whatever else, but have it to where they can track the visibility no matter where it's at. Even if they bring it to us, allow them to be able to track the visibility where it's at.
Stefan?
Yeah, I would agree with what Ed said. And I think when you talk about Amazon, coming in, one of the things Amazon is really good at is taking the friction out of the process. I don't care what the process is, they're really good at taking it out of the process. And that's something that absolutely has to happen in the car business. There's way too much friction. There's way too much time consumed in getting a car. And I think that whole convenience concept and the concept of thinking from the standpoint of the customer. Ed talks about it all the time. Tully talks about it all the time. It's not about you. It's about them. And it's about understanding what they want. And when you talk about attracting more customers, my sentiment, quite honestly, is if you leverage the AI and the technology that's available, what you want to do is attract the right customers at the right time and provide a customized experience for them, which you can do now that you've got the technology to do it. You just have to leverage it, and you have to think in those terms. That's all.
Brian, how can dealerships enhance their digital marketing this year?
Well, I'll say two things. The first thing is the question that Steve Greenfield just mentioned was the question I asked 100% of my vendors every single time. I'm like, I don't want to hear about this. All I care about is who's the best and what are they doing, and walk me through their process. And then I call them, just like talk to Ed, and I want to come out there and see your store. I want to see how it works to see if it's real. And I get to do that full time. So I think that there's nothing more important than what he said to that, so that people believe that it's possible. The second thing ties into that, and it ties into what everybody else is saying. If Amazon does come into this business, which I think it will, they got the biggest audience, and it's just a matter of how they do it. And I've played this out with multiple people. So what would it look like? How are they going to interact? Is it going to be service? We were a huge wholesale parts operator with Amazon, and I know how they work from that side. They'll do the same thing with sales. They're going to implement hardcore SLA, service level agreements. If you don't do this by this date, then you don't get these leads. You don't get this order, and we'll give it to somebody else. And there's going to be somebody else raising their hand that will. And that's how lead gen is going to work with Amazon. And it's going to come right back to what everybody's talking about, which is the customer experience. So everybody might as well start working on it right now, because worst case scenario, if Amazon does come in, if you're already doing business the way that, Ed Bozard Ford is doing business, he's going to be like, okay, bring it. He's already servicing, I don't know how many Amazon trucks, and he's already got a relationship because he does those SLAs the way that they want it done. So I think that it's going to be a disparity from the want to be pretty good at it to the ones that are really good at it. And they're going to get their, like Tully, they're going to get their unfair share of the business that everybody else isn't going to do. And it's going to be lopsided, and it's going to hurt for anybody who hasn't done it. And what's going to happen, like we talked about, reactive, you're going to have to do it anyway. So why not do it now?
Tully, your final thoughts, dealerships, digital marketing efforts, how can they make the most impact in 2024?
So I'm going to be on the fixed side and say, do it. Here's what happens when a service manager gets a call from a digital person. What is the other guy doing? At 10% off? Okay, I'll do that too. And then that's it. Be interactive with the person. And please don't use a sales afterthought program. Use a fixed ops program and you work your person. What happens is that what does sales do? We have a dedicated team of millions of people that help our sales people sell one car. I want to sell 1,000 hours a day. I want to make sure that we have technology and we have a vendor that cares about fixed and my customers. That's what you need to find. Don't be satisfied with a second-rate digital marketing tool.
Dave Foy, your final thoughts. How can dealerships enhance their current digital marketing efforts to reach more customers this year?
I'm going to say be attentive to their wants and needs. And by there, I mean the consumer. We've historically tried to dictate to the consumer what they want and need, and we have consistently missed with our nail salons in dealerships and cafes and all kinds of other stuff that sit empty because people don't want to actually wait there. Be attentive and understand what the consumer is asking for, what they want. If Amazon succeeds with this Hyundai thing, it won't be because the consumer didn't want it. Right? They're telling us what they want. We need to pay attention and focus our efforts onto what the consumer actually wants.
Well, on behalf of Ted Ings and the Fixed Ops Roundtable, I want to thank each of you for being part of this radical change panel today. Steve Greenfield, Ed Roberts, Stefan Woessner, Brian Kramer, Tully Williams, and Dave Foy. Thank you all for being here. And stay tuned. We have more segments coming up next right here on the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Whether you consider it evolutionary or revolutionary, change is reshaping the franchise dealer business, and we're not talking about electric vehicles. There's another promising opportunity that demands your attention. It's the fast-growing and increasingly lucrative customer pay parts, tire, and service market. Consider what's happening around you. Average vehicle age is at an all-time high and rising faster than ever. More than 60% of passenger vehicles are 8 years old or older. 25% are at least 16 years of age. Together, this represents 244 million prospective parts, tire, and service targets. We say prospective because the vast majority of these vehicles are being serviced outside the franchise dealer channel. Would you like to capture your share of this nearly $400 billion opportunity? Epicor is ready to help. Our solutions are enabling thousands of automotive businesses to address every customer pay parts, tire, and service opportunity for virtually any vehicle, regardless of make, model, or year. We're helping service providers build customer relationships spanning the full vehicle lifecycle, from the end of the factory warranty to the day the vehicle is scrapped. We're putting the industry's most complete parts, tire, and labor data at the fingertips of thousands of service advisors every day. We've created a faster, more accurate estimating process for customer pay jobs that helps dealers increase average RO and service lane productivity. We offer real-time information on local parts and tire availability and pricing to speed every job, increase customer satisfaction, and boost the dealer's absorption rate. And we're helping parts departments establish real-time visibility and control of their inventories to increase efficiency and reduce operating costs. Epicor is ready to help your fixed ops teams achieve the same impressive results. Own every non-warranty parts, tire, and service opportunity, all makes, all models, all customers. Now you can with Epicor. Contact us today to learn more.
Hear ye, hear ye. Our next segment features Rob Leary from BG Products.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. Rob Leary is with us from BG Products. Rob is the Director of Sales, Smart VMA, Eastern US and Canada, a great friend of the dealer. Rob, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you very much, Ted. Looking forward to presenting today and having a great conversation.
I remember back to the early days of the Roundtable. By the way, it was great to see you in Orlando a few months back in person. But I remember during, all the craziness that happened a couple of years ago, how all this got started. And, Rob Leary, you were there consistently representing BG, and thank you for all you do for the industry.
Yeah, thank you. You're doing a great job. As I always say, man, I love that tagline you had, right? Fixed Ops is the new front door to the dealership.
It's the new front door.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, I want to congratulate you and BG Products on a big announcement with General Motors, and I'm sure we're going to hear a little bit about that today.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about that, Ted. So yeah, we it's called the GM Enhanced Fuel Program. It is a GM program. It's not a BG program. It is part of the GM PACE program as well. So that dealers are super stoked about that, because the first time a BG product is now going to be embedded into the PACE program, supported and sponsored by General Motors, dual branding and all of that on their fuel products. So literally, we just launched. So we are now in our 33rd day of the program. We now have 1,267 GM dealerships enrolled. That's 32% of the GM dealers. By February, we expect to have up to 1,750 dealers installed and enrolled in the program. And you think about it, how does a company do that in 33 days? So, we've got some pretty large dealership groups that we work with that actually some of the top 2-3 dealership groups that we work with. And, the only way you can support large organizations like that is if you've got a large distribution channel. And fortunately, that's what we have throughout, US, Canada, and of course in 67 different countries worldwide. But we have in just the US and Canada alone, 800 reps installing, training, and delivering product. And that's how you get there, right? I don't think anyone else in the marketplace, and I'm not trying to be arrogant or pontificate about BG, but that's the reality, man. We trump everyone else in the marketplace, whether it be third-party software providers, installers, other chemical providers, uniform companies, et cetera. No one has the breadth and width of our distribution channel. And that's what's so cool about it. And I think because of this and because of the success we're having so early on in the GM program, I think you're going to see a lot of new partnerships coming on in the horizon for us. So we're super excited about it. Thankful that GM looked to us to do the fuel program, namely because we were the only ones that could satisfy their fuel issues. And it's just a win-win for everybody, for the manufacturer, for the dealer, for BG, and of course, the end consumer.
And Rob, congratulations again. I know this has been in the works for some time, but what an amazing alliance, okay, with General Motors and BG products. And you're right, no one's got the boots on the ground the way you do and the presence you've got. And, behind all of this, I was down in Wichita, just a few months ago. And, what an amazing group of facilities you've got. I mean, football fields long, the distribution, the kitting. Rob, no one knows until they see it. Exactly what a giant BG is. So.
Yeah, thank you. It's pretty exciting. I'd always recommend if a dealer and general manager, fixed ops personnel, if they can get to BG headquarters there in beautiful Wichita, Kansas, man, they will leave impressed.
Well, Rob, most of us know BG as a chemical maintenance provider for the industry, right? 53, 54 years now. I know, though, you're also and have been developing software. We're going to hear a lot about it this week to help dealers sell the maintenance as well. Can you give us an update on that today, on what's happening on the software side?
Yeah. So beyond, we have this award-winning programs that we've actually have awards for in the industry. So our BG Certified, which is a certification application that goes on a desktop, tablet, or even your smartphone for advisors, techs, parts personnel, and even managers. And that really helps educate all of the service personnel on the BG chemical products, as well as our software programs as well. But that's really been kind of a critical piece when we install, whether they're existing customers or new customers that we're bringing on board, like the GM program. We really like to get them involved in that BG certified program. And then beyond that, we added a couple of really cool programs for the tech. So the tech has the ability now to look at what kind of apparatus that needs to be used, how you use the actual products in the vehicles, whether it be a Mercedes-Benz or even a Kia product. It doesn't matter. We have all the tools and designs to help educate them and get them to that specific model, year, make, model of vehicle, and how to perform those services. So that's for the techs. And then the BG Advisor app really helps sell the products for the advisor. They can use it on a smartphone, tablet, or their desktop. And you're going to see some of that embedded into our menu system as well. And then of course, you've got the BG Engage, which is really a cool product. If anyone gets an opportunity to see that, you can download it on your smartphone, either through Google or through the Apple app. And that's a great program because that allows the consumer to literally see virtually how an engine performs, where the issues arise in those engines, whether it be a fuel issue or an engine sludge issue, and it shows how our products are poured into there, how they clean the engine, how they clean the fuel system, and then how it provides all of that into a cleaner, friendlier environment for the consumer and for the environment, but also giving the customer better performance on their pedal, just like it was when they bought that new, and of course their gas mileage. So all those things are in there as part of it. But we've recently been adding some really cool things on around a new next generation digital menu. And we're super excited about this. We literally just converted, over the last year, we've converted some 1,500 plus customers from our legacy to our new digital menu. So I just thought I'd just share a couple of business points. It's kind of unique that we have this program. And when I say unique, I mean, we've got some unique features that I don't think anyone else in the marketplace has or will have in the future. So I thought I'd just take you through a couple of screenshots, if that's okay with you, Ted.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, so this is kind of the new next generation digital menu. And one of the things that we did, and it was always a challenge for really anyone in the industry that has whether you call it an extended warranty or a lifetime protection plan that provides additional coverage to the consumer. The reality was that maybe the customer knew about it, right? But likely not, because there wasn't any kind of platform that really helped drive that message. And so now we built into that our lifetime protection plan. So what you see up here, Ted and team, is the dollar amounts associated with each of our protection plans. Now, this one just shows $4,000, and that's for the minimum menu. $8,000 is in the value, and then the preferred, otherwise known as a good, better, best model. But that shows you how that dynamically represents the protection plan for the consumer. And when they take things off the menu, and it's got protection plan tied to it, those numbers start to drop and go down. Right. So digitally and dynamically, it changes right there in front of the customer, whether you're on a desktop or a tablet or an iPad, it doesn't matter. It still functions all the same. So it's a great selling tool for the advisor to use with the customer to help drive the value of the protection plan. And then, of course, as you know, it still holds true today. In fact, it might be worse. Based upon the economy and what's going on with inflation still. We have a financing tool down here below, Sunbit and Dignify we use, right? Yeah,
so,
and
Rob, you got, first of all, the menu is so badly needed by every dealer.
Yeah,
you've now taken the menu up a couple notches, and I'm looking at that. You're even able to give the customer payments on it, that option to use Sunbit. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And yeah, as we know, I think 60% of the customers or thereabouts can't afford a $600 repair or maintenance bill. So we make sure that every customer every time gets an opportunity to see the financing option as well. So just like in F&I, you would never just say no finance. You would obviously present the financing options, right? So it's the same idea here, and it's been hugely successful for our dealerships that are using it. And again, it's integrated right in. So as you take things off the menu or add things on, the price on that Sunbit in this case, or Dignify, will dynamically change as you do that. So it's just a great selling tool. And then beyond that, Ted, we added some really cool videos in there that you can get via the web, but now they're integrated into the platform as well. So you can see these here. These are the videos. Obviously, you click on a video and up comes a video of whatever the product is that we're selling, whether it be our motor oil additives, our brake fluid exchange, et cetera. All those things are built in there. You can hyperlink those to the customer and text them or email them to the customer if that's too much of a environment where it's maybe a little noisy on the drive or what have you, or you got a customer that's calling you and you want to send them information, you can do it that way. And then we've got really cool presentation tools that are actually in our BG Advisor app that we embedded into our new tool that allows the advisor to customize it and speak to it the way they want to do it. So features and benefits, takes them through before and after pictures of what their engine or what their pistons or what their crankshaft looks like. All of that information's in there. It shows them really cool before and after pictures. And then it embeds in lifetime protection plan, takes them through that, and then shows them what's actually covered in the lifetime protection plan. And of course, included the dollars of those lifetime protection plans. So all different ways you can do that within the menu, just super easy to use. And again, huge adoption coming on board. And then one of the other things that we're adding into it, and our legacy had it, we're getting ready to bring it on board to the new platform as well. But you think about oil change business, right? I mean, let's face it, 50 to 70% of all customers coming through our drives today have or want an oil change, right? Sometimes it feels like it's more than that, but literally it's an everyday occurrence. And so rather than just sell an oil change and not sell anything else, we design what we call a a good, better, best oil change or a minimum value preferred, as you can see here. And now within the oil change, you can have MOA in that minimum, or you can have MOA, CF5 or our 44K in there, or you can have the trifecta, as we call it, the MOA, EPR, and the 44K in there, and the customer can make a decision. So rather than sell a $49 oil change, maybe we can now sell a little more, and maybe we can add another $20 in there, here and there, or even $40 or even $60 or whatever it may be in terms of your pricing mechanism. But at the end of the day, we can't just be selling an oil change, right? We got to add value to it. And if you add these products in there, it will come with lifetime protection plan. And I'll get into that about how that works. Some really cool stuff that we've got for lifetime protection plan, what we call an active delivery. So anyway, just a little bit about that for that. Now, one of the other really cool things that we did, super excited about this, is we have our service history, right? In fact, I would say our service history trumps even the DMS service history, if you can actually do that. And the reason I say that and why it's so unique is that because when we look at service history, we look at it in 3 different ways. So we've got DMS service history, so 60 months of DMS service history. You got LPP history, that's lifetime protection plan history, and I'll get into that in a second. And then you got postponed services. And that's really, when you think about it, that culminates everything that we need to know about that customer and their history. So what do I mean by that? What DMS history has a unique value into it that we can pull up the actual document that they had, the actual artifact, the invoice that the customer actually saw, and we can bring that up right here. We don't have to go to a document management system, which takes them out of their current environment and goes into a whole different screen. No, it's all embedded into the tool. So we can bring that up, check their history, know exactly what was done, and then be on to the lifetime protection plan history. Now, why is this so important? So the reason this is so darn important is it's a great retention tool, because now I can see that the customer did the brake service. They also did the engine service, but when they did it, this customer did it at 32,000. We know a brake service exchange has to be done every 20 or every 30,000, depending on the vehicle mix or vehicle manufacturer you're working with. In this case, we got a 30,000 mile service that we're going to do, and it tells you when it's due again and the protection plan value. Right? So it allows the advisor to show that to the customer and say, hey, Ted, great news, man. You've got protection plan. Your brakes are covered up to $4,000. Your engine's covered up to $4,000. And as long as you keep on coming back during those scheduled service visits, you'll always be maintained. However, what we did notice is that you didn't get the cooling system done. And at your mileage, right, we might want to consider doing that. And I noticed you got a tow package on your vehicle. Maybe we ought to look at doing that drive line for your differential as well, right? So all of that is built in there to help educate, but also sell the customer and keep them coming back to the dealership. So one other thing that we added into the history file is our what we call declined services, as people know it, or friendlier way to say it, postponed services. And the cool thing about this is that we now deliver it into the menu. So when you bring up a menu from a past customer visit, it's going to show exactly what was declined on the last service. So it shows up in red right there for the advisor. So they don't have to go to another screen to check it out or anything like that. It's embedded right into the tool. And if I change the mileage interval, all the services change in that, as well as all the declines change in that. It might be in the menu, or it might be over here in the additional services side. So all different ways we can do that. And then finally, the last piece of it is the postponed services. And this is unique. This one I know is really unique in the sense that when you look at the postponed services here, it tells you the number of times that they've declined it or postponed it, right? I don't think there's anyone else in the market that does that or has that ability to do that. Unless you went and looked at every single RO, you would never know how many times they declined a certain service. So it's a great conversation to bring up to the customer, and just drives that additional conversation about, I think we ought to, we've declined the premium oil conditioner 3 different times on your scheduled maintenance. It gives you $4,000 of engine protection. You're getting near your warranty expiration, probably the time to do it, right? So just a great way to kind of drive that sale. And then what we did was, you think about the active delivery process, right? We all talk about it, but let's face it, we still have cashiers that are doing the active delivery. They're not. They're just giving the customer the invoice. getting the bill paid, and then done. So what we did was we embedded into the tool what we call a lifetime protection plan active delivery. And the cool thing about it is, as you can see in this example, we have engine performance service that was done. You can barely see that, but that was $6,000 of engine protection. This is what the customer leaves with, by the way. So they leave with a document that tells them, hey, you did this service, you got $6,000 of engine coverage, you're due back again at 43,000 miles. And oh, by the way, you also did fuel system coverage. You got another $4,000. We're at $10,000 of coverage now. And you're going to be due back at 48,000 there. You also did the driveline service. So that's another $4,000. And you did the brake service. So you add it all up, 6, 10, 14. Now you're up to $18,000 of protection. And guess what? They're out of warranty. So can you imagine how the customer is going to feel about that? And now they know when they need to come back. So we're super stoked about that. It's having a huge impact on keeping customers coming back, but also helping the dealers and the advisors sell the additional services.
Rob, you've put it all together. Not only the menu, this is so strong for 2024. You've got the history, the way you've got the menu displayed, the convenience. One of the biggest advocates of that lifetime protection plan, I met him last year, Bob Tasca. Completely, gives us examples of how valuable that is and how important for his service advisor team to be able to offer that and explain that. And Rob, you got the best menu plus in the industry here. And here it is on the screen, everybody. I mean, you've seen it here, and BG Products got it right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of good menu systems out there, but we take a little more pride.
Yeah, I see
as
it.
we like to say that.
I could see it.
Yeah.
All right. So amazing. Anything else that BG is working on that you want to share with us today beyond the digital menus?
Yeah. Just kind of a sneak preview. Here's what we're up to. So, again, our distribution channel, our company, we're really getting into the digital platforms now. We talked a little about that earlier, but one of the things that we wanted to do was now extend it beyond just the menu and really start to drive the multi-point inspection process with our dealers and what we call pairing of services. So when you see a brake job being done, right, let's pair the brake fluid exchange as an opportunity, right? If we see a water pump leak, let's pair that with a cooling system service. So all of that's going to be built within our new digital MPI, and it's going to include the videos, the pictures, texting, email capabilities, all of that. And I know there's all of that out there today, but again, our unique value is our distribution channel. So just think about this. How many times does a customer, whether it be any of our providers out there, DMS providers, third-party providers, how often are they in a dealership, to be honest with you? And the reality is they're just not. Our distribution channel, our distributors, their reps are in our dealerships every week, 52 weeks a year. And you can't, it's just incredible, the value of that. So we think that's really going to help drive these new digital solutions. And then Q3 of 2024, we're expecting summer, we're going to have the mobile write-up process that's going to integrate into that with what we call the new ASR, which is the advisor additional service recommendations.
Right.
And then finally, we'll get into consumer e-approval that we're going to add into the fixed ops suite. And then 2024 and beyond, I'll just say that we've got some really cool stuff coming.
Rob, you've shown us a lot of cool stuff today, and I can't look at this. You've got the videos and pictures and texting all coming. Congratulations to you. BG. You got it all in one place. And
we're super excited, Ted.
So not only the best in the business, on the chemical side, but look at all that BG is doing and developing, and you got teams of people hard at work on this stuff. So later this week during the show, we're going to hear a little bit more from your colleagues on the new business intelligence platform and a couple more things that you've got going as well. So I won't give away all the goods, but everybody, every day of the show, BG Products is going to be telling us things that are coming out that are new and exciting. Rob, what a great time to be in the fixed operations business.
Yeah, Ted, thank you very much. We're super excited, and thanks again for having us on. And we're proud to be a big sponsor of Fixed Ops Roundtable. You're making a huge impact. I don't think anyone on the variable side has anything close to this on the variable side. So my hat's off to you and the team.
Thank you. Now, end of the week, NADA is coming up. I understand that you and BG are going to be there.
We are. Yep. Super excited. Yeah. You'll see Lauren will be there, who you're going to talk to next. And then Zach will be there as well. And then our entire team. So yeah, we're super excited to be there.
Everybody, you can see that the scroll down below. BG will be at the NADA later this week. The booth number is coming up here. It's booth number 3957W. Rob Leary, best in the business from BG, will be there with his colleagues. Rob, if somebody wants to reach out to BG, I know they can do it through their local distributor, through their local rep. I see your email is also on the screen here, and the BG Products website as well.
Yep, correct.
All right.
Easy
Rob,
access.
Easy stuff. And stop by and see Rob, everybody, any day this week. So, Rob, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Ted. Happy New Year, by the way.
And Happy New Year. Great 2024. Rob Leary, everybody, from BG, here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hi, I'm Darren Gressiff, President and CEO of BG Products, and I'm excited to show you why BG Products is the ideal partner for dealerships around the world. For 50 years, BG has led the industry with innovative solutions to automotive challenges, but it takes more than great chemistry to be the industry leader. Today, we have over 50% of the market share among new car dealers in the United States. In fact, an independent study found that 5 out of 6 U.S. dealerships choose BG products over the competition. Our integrity, dedication, and investment in people are at the heart of our continued success. BG maintains the highest standards for quality assurance, environmental management, laboratory competency, and health and safety management through our ongoing certification with ISO. Our BG Proving Ground experts are dedicated to field support and advanced automotive testing. The facility includes 9 full-service automotive bays and 3 dynos, which provide real-time data. This comprehensive testing fuels our constant drive toward innovation. From service and parts managers to service advisors and shop technicians, BG is committed to the ongoing training of automotive professionals. Award-winning digital training solutions like BG Certified, the BG Tech app, and the BG Advisor app are available 24/7 in the palm of your hand. BG reps get first-hand experience through our internal training program called BG University at our headquarters in Wichita, Kansas. These reps in turn provide comprehensive training to your staff in person right on your service drive. 30 miles away, sitting on 40 acres in El Dorado, Kansas, are BG's manufacturing facility, distribution center, and tools and parts warehouse. BG's custom-built, one-of-a-kind manufacturing facility spans the distance of 3 football fields and is where high-quality BG products are manufactured and packaged. Just south of Wichita, in Derby, Kansas, our BG Automation Division and Certified Machine Shop manufacture the BG tools and equipment that are a crucial part of each BG service. BG doesn't stop in Kansas. We provide what no other company in our segment can. Dedicated, full-time BG experts in dealerships across the world on a weekly basis. Our BG distributor network spans the globe and is supported by a hard-working corporate team in the Midwest. With award-winning training, unbeatable customer retention programs, and accessible local BG reps, we ensure that BG distributors have everything they need to support you. BG is your partner beyond products.
Take a moment now to pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts. Help influence who will have a seat at the roundtable by voting for the 5 speakers or panelists who you think are the knights in shining armor. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Join our vision for better communication with the AutoVision panel up next.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our next panel is going to tackle an issue that is often accepted as just good enough because there hasn't been a great way to resolve it, at least until now. We're going to be talking about the silos. Ed talks to us about the silos all the time and inefficiencies in the process of getting used vehicles from the variable side of the dealership into fixed ops and then back over to variable. To break this down today, we have with us Ed Roberts, the Chief Operations Officer for Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Shon Kingrey, Fixed Operations Vice President for the Kaiser Automotive Group. A.J. McGowan, the co-founder and president of AutoVision. And with us today is Sidney Haider, the Senior Vice President of Reynolds and Reynolds. Gentlemen, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted.
Right.
Thanks, Ted.
AJ, if you would, why don't you start by telling us a little bit about yourself and why you started AutoVision?
Sure. Yeah. So my name's AJ McGowan, I think when they're being kind, they call me a serial entrepreneur. So I've dabbled in a couple of different spaces, really with the focus on leveraging big data and cloud compute to tackle really hard problems. What got me excited about the automotive space and about starting AutoVision was that I saw that there was a huge opportunity to really leverage modern technology, modern data science to improve efficiency, give people access to more data. And one of the big areas around that where we saw a ton of inefficiency was sort of this disconnect between fixed and variable ops and kind of trying to get everybody working off of the same page. So really excited to be here and talking to everybody today about that.
Excellent. Sidney, talk to us a little bit about Reynolds and Reynolds and how this fits within the Reynolds retail management system.
Sure, Ted. I'm looking at from Reynolds' perspective. About 7 to 8 years ago, we started looking into the used car solution and realizing that for too long, the used vehicle department is kind of like has had a disengaged link from the overall management system. And Reynolds always had a retail management system view. So part of the solution was for us to figure out how we want to integrate end-to-end one solution, whether it's in variable ops or fixed ops, especially on the used car side. A lot of stuff already there for new cars, but wasn't there from our perspective from Reynolds on the used car side. So giving the ability for the dealer to have the same VIN all across with the least amount of entries possible, where the flow of information and data was taking place, whether it was in the DMS or whether it was in the appraisal process, in the acquisition of the vehicle, in the reconditioning of the vehicle, finally up to selling and wholesaling and closing out the books on the finance side of things. So we wanted one system for all of this to happen. And we were working on trying to either build our own solution or find the best that was out there. And so luckily, we were able to acquire two really strong players in this industry to put this whole solution together for us. It's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle, and AutoVision was one of the best that was out there.
All right. Well, let's dive a little bit deeper into the issue, everybody. I mentioned earlier, we're talking about successfully getting a used car ready for sale from the time we acquire it in the front end to reconditioning to inventory management and merchandising. And I know the folks on this panel have experienced what that's all about. And I think what we're really talking about, Shon and Ed, are communications, all right, between the departments. And perhaps when there's a breakdown in that communication. And Ed and Shon, let me come to you with Ed being first. You're a Reynolds customer. How much does that really happen? And, how big an impact could that have in a dealership such as yourself?
Well, for the last few years, we have rode a surf, so to speak, of what used car values are. And so whether we take it in today and we recon it and it takes 10 days to get it out there, that high is still there. Well, that's not what we're riding right now. And it's not what we rode really the last 2/3 of 23. And it's very much been a roller coaster. So for instance, before I got on this here with you guys, we was talking about a particular vehicle that I took in on trade 7 days ago. And I put MMR in that trade, or somewhere as close to MMR. And we made a decision on that vehicle yesterday based on some of the stuff that we found with it to take it to the auction. We did try to retail it for a couple of days, knowing what we had with it. But bottom line is, It was less than $30,000 MMR when I took it in 7 days ago. And I sold it for $10,000 less than that yesterday at the auction. $500 back of MMR. That's the market that we're in. That's the roller coaster that we're in right now. So it is imperative to build a turn, to build to from acquisition, whether it's a trade or it's a street buy, to be able to have that thing retail ready in as quickly a time frame as possible. And we try to remove all the friction here to be able to do that. And there comes with a high level of trust to be able to make that happen. And we average just over 24 hours in our reconditioning from time of acquisition to retail ready, 27 and a half hours right now. And even with that, that is still high. Losing $9,500 over the course of 7 days from MMR to MMR is the world that we're living in. And so we have narrowed that first 10-day cycle to even much smaller than that. We need to be able to do something with those things in the first 3 or 4 days.
Shon Kingrey, this communication involves not just the service manager, it involves the used car manager, perhaps the general manager, and even the dealer. Does this kind of thing drive you nuts as well?
It does. And, Ed couldn't be any more right. We're all off the COVID ether now, if you will, and that's over. That's gone. It's a thing in the past, and Ed brought up an example. I'm sitting at a store up in Green Bay right now that I come to today, and it has 7 cars that have been outside longer than 6 days. They've already detailed the car and the shop because they've done such a good job growing the shop and having retention. They can't get the used cars in. And Ed is so spot on with it. And MMR and value of the vehicle. Ted, you bring up the communication between the used car manager and the GM, and there has to be a tool that you use. That communication is key. You can't have silos. Ted, you and I spoke even before we started recording today, way off subject here, but we went and visited a hospital. We did a big donation. And the funny thing was, and when I say a big 7-figure donation, the variable guy's got in one car and the fixed guy's got in another. And I said, timeout. That's the key. You have to remove those silos. But they laughed about it. But Ted, it's a good point. True. But you need a communication tool that if the vehicle's in the shop and it's in the air, and if Ed's at 24 or Ed's at 27 hours, that is unheard of. That's a huge number. But here's what we've done is in our group, and it started at 5 days. That if a vehicle's in my shop for 5 days, we cut the bill in half. That includes the tech, parts, and labor. And it's now down to 3 days. All right. We make it hurt. And now you get everybody's buy-in. And it's that word that we overuse nowadays. It's accountability. It's accountability from everybody. Now that means you got to have the steps and you got to know where the breakdown is. If the breakdown is in transportation from the auction, then you got to figure that out. If it's from checking it in, if it's in photos is a real big area. And I'm going down a different path here. But that vehicle, as to Ed's point, has to be on the lot now, not tomorrow, now. We have snowstorms in Wisconsin. We brag that we don't, but we do. That can't delay the process. By the way, tomorrow we're supposed to get a bunch of snow, like always. And by the way, those cars are all going to be in the shop waiting to get worked on because you're going to have no shows. Ed has hurricanes, for example, hypothetically, okay? Listen, you got to account for those, and you got to find a way to get it through. But everybody has to be involved. There can be no breakdown in communication, no breakdown in the process. And if you have a breakdown, you have to identify it and fix it.
Great points, gentlemen. Sidney first and then AJ. Sidney, what do you believe the problem is?
So, Ted, I think that, the biggest problem is getting both the departments, whether it's between variable and fixed ops, on the same page. So it's the flow of data. So think about this. If the used car manager or the person appraising the vehicle found out up front what the issues were through some technology that should exist today, which actually in our new solution will, whatever the engine light codes are, what the pictures or the air issues were during the appraisal process, all that data, if it was immediately communicated and properly communicated back to the recon department on fixed ops, then they would be on the same page. So the biggest challenge that the dealerships have is both time and also the two departments thinking on the same line. So we want to make sure that variable ops and fixed ops is on the same page on their used car. The best thing for a used car department, the success of any used car department, is gauged by two factors: how fast can I sell that vehicle, and how much profit can I make on that car. So for that vehicle to be the most profitable and the quickest sale, those two departments have to communicate better. And in today's fast world, the approval sometimes is stuck, or the thought process on that vehicle is on the variable ops, but not communicated every day to the fixed ops side. So fixed ops is working in their silo, variable ops is working on their silo, and those two departments need to be together. So that data flow, I think, is the biggest challenge today.
Yeah. AJ, let me come back to you. What do you believe the problem is? And tell us some more.
Yeah, I mean, certainly everything that Sidney said is 100% true. That, getting all of those departments to interconnect is a huge, huge challenge. The other thing that I would, sort of pile on there is that, the things that they're communicating also have to be correct. And so, when I look at it and sort of how I view the world from a data lens is, if you go back, the idea of using sort of data science in automotive, is really only about 20 years old, and was really focused on, trying to move cars as quickly as possible, right? And, what we're doing with AutoVision is really allowing dealers, instead of looking at like a generic set of data in the market, where, they're just kind of comparing themselves against everybody else that's out there, we, using modern tools, let them actually say, here's how I view the market. Here's the lens in which my dealership looks at my competitors, looks at, I'm a Honda dealer and I'm looking at this Honda Civic differently than the Jaguar dealer down the street, right? And getting that data baked into the system then allows all of your departments to view it with the same lens, right? So getting them talking to each other, but then also letting them look at it from the perspective of the dealership and with your, unique business model, your unique view of your market, I think is really, really critically important.
Ed, I think one of the challenges that's out there is that there really has not been, and is not today until now, a modern tool that helps dealers do this. There are other outdated solutions, but really nothing up to date with it, considering all the things that we've been through in the last 2 or 3 years.
Sure, yeah.
AutoVision does a great job of tying them together. And yes, you're right, Ted. We've had some tools out there that kind of put Band-Aids on certain holes that we have, but nothing that ties everything together. And that's what I see here is we got something that ties it all together, and it creates what Shon said earlier, the accountability that we all need.
Shon, I've heard you mention those silos as well. Your perspective in terms of a modern tool.
I think you have to have them, and everybody's got to have access to that modern tool. There's no secrets, guys. Everybody needs to see it. It needs to be present, needs to be up front. The old lot walks, and again, I think I made it during a different panel. I'll officially be in the car business 30 years this April. Guys, the old lot walks, you used to walk with the used car manager, but that's how you got started. But that's also how cars didn't sit in the back row for 5 to 7 days and nobody knew about it either. And now, with this tool, there's at least tools where everybody can be held accountable. If there's issues, you can address the issues and they don't go away. For that, I'm going to take it all fixed for a second and go back on the variable side. You have a car in the back. Well, it's a Corvette that needs $4,000 worth of tires. Well, you didn't know it needed tires when you traded for it? I mean, so stop pointing the fingers and stop blaming. You should have noticed that at the time that you took it in on trade, and you should have accounted for that so you're not letting it sit outside and rot, because it's not getting any prettier. The C8 in the Corvette market was hot a year ago, like crazy hot. It's not so hot anymore, guys. That market turned in a hurry, and now you've got dealerships that were buying 20 or 30 of these things for 20 grand over window sticker. That's a lot of water to take on. And again, it's all about the silo. It's all about communication. But you need to communicate that with your service department that says, hey, listen, this car is getting ugly. To Ed's point, the one example he had, this car got ugly really quick. And everybody needs to know that so they understand why you're in back beating on them so hard. Because if you tell them and you involve them, we'll fix the problem as long as you tell them about it.
AJ, there's been a great awakening in the retail car business the last few years on the importance of getting those vehicles ready for front line, okay, and doing that like Ed is doing it in Ed, very low number, 27 hours, I believe you said. And AJ, we've operated in silos for so long, and the communication as well between those departments has not always been that great. AJ, what about after the reconditioning process is over? Is there a same Is there still a gap there in communication?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think that it's a cohesive flow, right? It's that at every step in the process, everybody needs to understand exactly where you're positioned in the car. Because, and I hear Sidney actually talk about this a lot, so I'll steal his words, but, it's about putting time back on the clock, right? Instead of having this artificial pressure to move the car as fast as possible, creating the accountability that you were talking about earlier, Shon, and creating the kind of transparency that you need inside of your dealership for people to be able to understand exactly what's going on, right? Is this a unit that I'm going to be profitable on? And so maybe that's one that throws my average on turn time a little bit because I've got to wait for one more part, but I'm going to get that thing in there. I'm going to turn it around. I know I'm going to make a bunch of money. But you don't know if you can do that or not if everybody's not, looking at the same data set, right? And that's, a big thing for us at AutoVision is about making sure that, we know our dealers are smart, right? We know that they know the market, they know how they run their business. We want to help them and enable them with data in every facet of that business to operate more efficiently, rather than trying to kind of shove them into, a single rabbit hole or a one-size-fits-all solution.
AJ, you're going to potentially impact millions of vehicles here, okay, with this product, AutoVision, in providing a new solution for dealers. And your thoughts there, because, there's a lot of responsibility with that.
We take it very seriously. When you look at it, and it's just to keep, kind of on the same thread, part of what we're doing is, and this is a big part of our general philosophy, is when we started the company and we said, how are we going to analyze this data? We said, we shouldn't have an opinion. I'm not going to tell you what that vehicle is worth. What I'm going to do is enable you to have the tools to be able to do the kind of automation, or when I say automation, I mean like repetitive tasks, stuff that's annoying or, that you have to do every day that you really shouldn't have to, right? Rather than trying to take the dealer out of the equation, what we're trying to do is to magnify their expertise in their market. And so, when I look at that, what I look at as our responsibility is making sure that we're always providing very highly accurate data in terms of, not having ghost cars that haven't been out there for 3 months, and, making sure that we're correctly, getting you all of the right comps. But by the same token, I also don't want to tell you, hey, this is an absolute value that may or may not be true. And so that's something that we take very, very seriously. Every time we're tempted to say, well, no, maybe we know better about this data, we say, no, it's more worthwhile for us to create, 3 or 4 more options and make it configurable so that when dealers want to dig in and really dial that thing in, they can.
Sidney, let me come back to you. I believe Reynolds is very deliberate when they make a decision, and they do the due diligence with, in this case, AutoVision. What about that reconditioning process when it's over, and the communication process or the communication gap? How will that be able to help a store like Ed Roberts, a Reynolds dealer in St. Augustine, Florida for many, many years?
Yeah, I think that Ed has, and both Ed and Shon have nailed it, that, the kind of like what AJ just mentioned, putting time back on the clock is so important because time is money. So if it takes longer, that's one problem. And you basically put yourself under pressure in order for you to sell that car within the time frame that the dealership business rules want you to. So you don't get enough time to market that vehicle properly. That's one problem. Second issue is that, if you don't have the right data, which means that how the variable ops is thinking about that vehicle needs to somehow be communicated to variable ops, to fixed ops and reconditioning. And so in order for that communication to happen, the tools have to be synced as one. Tickets are created in the DMS. Reconditioning is points are done there, while you have other systems that are being managed in the variable ops side. So our goal was to, from Reynolds' perspective, was to create this one seamless system that, at the time you appraise the vehicle, if you know that you're going to be taking this vehicle in for trade or acquire it through an auction site or whatever the case may be, start that ticket right away. Don't let that vehicle wait and have some other system or other input or entries start the reconditioning process. Give that information really upfront before that 0 point. Understand that there could be deals where you have to wait for some things or for some approvals to take place, but get that information ahead of time to reconditioning so that they can start preparing for that process upfront. Number one. Number two, AJ mentioned data. So important, kind of like what Ed said earlier. In a 10-day process, they lost $10,000 because the MMR changed so fast. Well, the reconditioning team needs to know that as well. If they have the information in the reconditioning tools that were part of one system, then they'll know that this MMR is changing fast. They need to make some decisions on that vehicle fast enough and quick. And thirdly, the communication between variable and fixed, so that if they need an approval from somebody, that goes quickly through the bucket list, and now they're able to do their job a little quicker. So I think that time, communication, data, and then finally being able to think about that vehicle similarly between variable and fixed is so important. And that's what we try to do between AutoVision and our reconditioning system, Recontract, and put that all together as one simple, same system with one single sign-on from the DMS.
Ed, your perspective is unique because you came up through the fixed operations side of the business, and now you're the COO of this very large dealership. What are your thoughts?
Well, Sidney is hitting it, and Reynolds is notorious for going out there and saying, hey, we have a hole here. We got a good product, but we got an opportunity to enhance it. And they don't go out there and just fill that gap with something enhanced. They look for the best product out there. And that's what they've done here. And it's tied the two together, Recontract and AutoVision together. And it gives us a tool to work with. And a lot of times, the vehicle that I talked about earlier on, that happened in 7 days from the time of acquisition to the time that we dumped it. And imagine if that thing would have continued to fall and we'd have held onto that thing for 30 days or whatever it may have been. Now I put less than 30 in it and I got just barely 20 out of it. What if it had been worth 15? I could take that 20 and reinvest it in something that I can turn some gross with rather than lose another 5. I need things that can identify those things and allow us to make quick decisions.
Shon Kingrey over at Kaiser.
And I'm going to take what everybody said here, what AJ said and what Sidney said. You talk about transparency. AJ mentioned transparency. And Sidney talks about putting time back on the clock. Guys, we're all about, on the fixed side, we're all about the hours. If there's one thing we've all moved to the hours. Okay, hours for us is time on the lot that the vehicle's not on the lot for the used car side. And back to Sidney's point, if you're trading for a vehicle, and let's just say it's a vehicle you normally don't service, you normally don't have it, and you have a tool that says, hey, by the way, we traded for a Maserati. Not a vehicle you stock parts for, not a vehicle you know about. But if you know what's coming, you know in advance, you need the oil. You need the oil filter. Chances are, if it's got 40,000 miles, you're going to need the brakes for that car. You can have that stuff in advance. That, by the way, you just saved one day, literally a day, waiting for the parts that you didn't have because you knew in advance that car was coming. We don't have that tool yet. I mean, to be honest, on our side of the world, we don't have that. We don't know. We lose time in parts because we don't know in advance. And I'm already taking a ton of notes here, of course. The thing we haven't talked about is floor plan. Floor plan was a huge moneymaker for dealerships for how many years, especially during COVID. If you could turn your inventory like you were, I mean, we're talking 6-7 figure income terms. Floor plan's now a debit. We're getting our rears handed to us. And if you can explain to a parts person, or if a parts person and a used car manager have a relationship that says, hey, listen, this car needs a power steering pump. I don't care what it is. It needs a widget. But the widget's $200. But I can have it here in 3 days because we got to be loyal to the OEM because we're held accountable for loyalty for parts returns and everything that goes along with it. But by the way, it's $200 today, or I can get it down the street from another OEM dealership to match for $230 and have it on the lot today. That communication is huge, guys. It's $30 more. Yes, the used car manager, I don't want to pay it. Okay, fine. Then your car sits an extra 3 days. To Ed's point, 7 days cost him $10,000. Yeah. Would you rather pay the $30 for a power steering pump today or $10,000 7 days later? And it really comes down to everything that's been said here.
Sidney, looking out over the horizon, Ed is a Reynolds dealer. Shon is not, okay? And will this be able to benefit a dealer, such as Shon Kingrey?
Yeah, I think so. I believe that, granted that there's some additional development that we have to do for other DMS customers out there, which we are going to take. Our first goal was to make sure that we create a system end to end for definitely the Reynolds DMS dealers, but within the used car marketplace, making sure that kind of like what Shon just mentioned, a Maserati to a Honda store versus a Maserati to a Porsche or a Maserati dealer has completely different values from a trade perspective. But at the same time, it also requires that knowledge base about parts and things that you've got to start on the fixed op side early on, because you're just may not have those parts in stock and you're not dealing with that vehicle if you plan to buy that car and retail it. So I think that that the ability for us to take all of that data on a daily basis and provide that information without having the user to go find the changes themselves. So in Ed's case, for instance, if the MMR is changing, we normally would be giving them a heads up that here's where the trend is going for this vehicle. So he can make those decisions early on and not have to wait. Maybe if the MMR was dropping that fast and we were able to give him a heads up, instead of him waiting for 10 days and reconditioning to get done, he would probably move that car out faster and probably cut down on those losses. So those are the things that, from a data analytical perspective, that we will be delivering through this solution, regardless of the DMS. So I think that Shon should be able to benefit from the solution. Although I think that our first goal is to go with more seamless integration with the DMS and ERA. And then secondly, we would be doing this coming in shortly after, which is probably sometimes this year, we'll be doing some integration with other DMS providers as well.
Ed, here we are at the end of January, looking and peering into the 2024 year. How timely will this be for dealers, considering all that's happened with the market and all the uncertainty that, we still face?
So I talked about the last 2/3 of last year being really a roller coaster. Mm-hmm. We're going to see that all this year. Mm-hmm. The markets don't just change and then settle. They change over a period of time. And they are up and down, and it may be progressively down or maybe progressively up. And right now we're riding a roller coaster that's on its way down. And so that is going to be there. This is a timely product for this year because it is a product that can help dealers better manage their assets. And most dealers do not floor plan their used cars. So it is their cash that they have out there. And the last thing you want to do is let that stuff keep going out the window.
Shon, I'll let you weigh in on how this will be impacted.
He's to his point. We can't forget that it's also an election year. Election year is going to change everything. We all know it. Interest rates are going to change. Gas prices are changing. Look what you're paying for gas today versus what you were paying 30 days ago. Forget, to Ed's point on his car, 30 days ago, guys, we're $1.50. We were talking about just this morning. We're $1.50 less a gallon. Don't underestimate the value of what the election this year is going to do to that. It's going to change our market completely. And again, time is money. Time is hours. Those hours is those used cars being on the front line, again, ready for retail.
AJ, here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, you will hear a lot that it's all about the hours, as these gentlemen say. And that's really something that we've really taken in and we track, and it's really become the new measurement. I'll give you the last word, AJ. And actually, AJ, and then I'll let Sidney weigh in for the last word.
Sure. Well, in terms of being hours, I speak that language. Everything that we do is, near real time. So that's a, kind of a big distinction for us. And as you talk, Ed, about watching those values drop, when you look at the AutoVision retail market data, we're pulling that every single day and refreshing all of those values. And a lot of the insights there can help to be predictive of what the wholesale values are going to do and what the retail's values are going to do. So not just is it dropping, but is it likely to drop, are the kinds of things that you can get out of our market insights. So, when we think about it, we think about it exactly the same way, which is time is money. We got to get the right data in the right people's hands. We got to do it as fast as possible. So
we're speaking the same language. Sidney, the last word.
I would echo both what Ed and Shon and AJ just said, that I would say, the supply chain disturbances since COVID has completely changed the marketplace and how things are changing rapidly, not just similar changes all across the country, actually within the region, within a certain spot, within a certain city even, you basically see completely different market responses. And the supply chain on the new car is impacting the used car market. So all of a sudden you get vehicles coming in and the price starts to drop on used. The vehicles start to slow down because of whatever changes happen in the supply chain of new cars. And all of a sudden the used car price on certain vehicles start to really ramp up fast. And it happens within days. And so it's not something that used to be a trend that you can catch on. It's just a rapidly changing environment. And you need fast tools and data, especially with the AI, that allows you to provide that information to the dealer. And in our case, we want to inform and make the fixed ops side more knowledgeable about that piece as well. So no question, time is money, but also I think that the market, understanding where the market is going on a daily basis for fixed ops is as important as it is for variable ops. And we intend on delivering all of that within our solution to that, so we can make them smarter. Like AJ said, we don't want to tell them how to do their business. We want to make sure that they just become smarter with this new intelligent data.
We'll leave it there, gentlemen. AutoVision is available. Data driving better communication between fixed and variable. We invite you to reach out. You see the Reynolds website there, rayray.com/driving data. And AJ and Sidney, end of the week, a lot of folks are heading over to NADA in Las Vegas. Will you be there with AutoVision as part of Reynolds?
Absolutely. Come on over and see us at the Reynolds booth, and we'll be happy to show you what we've got, and hopefully helping a lot of folks to fix these problems we've been talking about today.
All right. Well, we're excited, everybody. Excited for you. Excited for what Reynolds has coming. And AJ and Sidney, congratulations on AutoVision. And we look forward to hearing great things and having you back to tell us about the successes. I want to thank Ed Roberts for being with us today, Shon Kingrey, AJ McGowan from AutoVision, Sidney from Reynolds and Reynolds. Everybody, AutoVision panel here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having us, Ted.
Thanks, you.
As we look forward into a potential resurgence of the importance or ease of selling used cars, what are some things to remember or maybe best practices that you have?
I've always felt that, volume is definitely important. Not necessarily to say that you just want to give everything away and
right.
Just move it as quick as you can. You want to be strategic about it, and you want to understand each car and what its value is and where it is in the market, right? And you're definitely going to get some gems that you really want to say, hey, let's be careful with this one. Let's hold this one a little bit tighter. But on other ones that hey, there's 40 of these going through the auction down in Southern California on Thursday. There's no reason to treat this as if it was special.
What are the key elements that you look at? Anything that might surprise folks that you look at as far as pricing? So when you're adjusting pricing daily, weekly, whatever that time frame is, obviously you're going to look at similar vehicles in the market. You're going to look at different factors. Is there anything that you look at that, and not to give away secret sauce or anything, but anything that might surprise people?
I think one of the big things is looking at what you've done as a store, right? Because there's all the data out there to tell you, and everybody has the same data to a certain extent. Everybody's going on third-party vendor sites to see what they're priced at out there. Everybody's looking at auction data. Everybody's looking at transaction data if you can get it, and seeing what everybody's doing. So the only thing that really is going to make it different for you is what you're selling them at. Right. It doesn't matter if the market says you can sell this car for $30,000 if the last three you've sold have been at 27.
How do you roll that data up? How do you track that?
Yeah, we have reports set up through our DMS, through Reynolds and Reynolds, and through AutoVision, which is what we use for our used cars. And we have reports set up in those, and it's something that I think is important to constantly be talking about and constantly be going over.
be left in medieval times. Now is your chance to ask the experts of the Automotive Warranty Network in our next segment.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have with us today the experts from Automotive Warranty Network. Jason Tuck and David Reinicke are with us today to answer questions on warranty. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. Good to be here again. I think it's about the fourth or fifth time on with you, so we appreciate you having us on.
And Jason, you and I met along with David in Orlando just last summer at the big Ford Parts and Service Club. And Jason, great to see you. And congratulations, Jason, on all the success that you and David are having with the team at Automotive Warranty Network.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we have a great team, and our team makes us shine for sure. So.
Absolutely.
All right. So just to kind of get an overview for today, for our audience, for somebody who may or may not know, gentlemen, what does Automotive Warranty Network do, and how do you serve the industry, and how does it benefit dealers? Either one of you, if you would give us a little bit of an overview there.
So I guess the short answer is we process warranty claims. So we take the position of warranty administrator on an outsourced basis, and basically it's a full-featured service. So we basically tap into the DMS with the same access that an in-house warranty admin would have. Look at repair orders as they're completed by the technician, essentially. Look at technician comments, look at punch times, assign labor operations based on that information, flag your technician for their time, close the repair order in the DMS, post it to receivables, submit it to the manufacturer, follow it up, make sure it gets paid and corrected, and then also work your warranty receivable schedule, do JB, account for any differences in payment. So it's basically A to Z warranty claims administration. So.
And David, go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, so I mean, it's fast, secure, and compliant. I mean, that's the biggest things that dealers are focused on. So I mean, it is a very specialized field in what we do. It's very important. The amount of money that's coming into the service department related to warranty cost is huge. So you want to have an expert to do the job. It needs to be done fast. It needs to be done properly, and it needs to be compliant. And we have experts, and our cost is typically in line with what you would pay an admin in the store, but it may be even less. I mean, that's just the great, part of our business is there's no overhead for a dealership to pay for our cost. There's no additional employee benefits. So.
And David, AWN is been doing this for a long time. You're the biggest in the field. Tell us about that, a little bit of background on that.
Yeah, we've been doing this for about 35 years. My mom actually started the company in our basement when I was, young. My wife and I purchased the company. We've been running the company for, better part of 10 years now, but, we purchased the company about 3 years ago. So it is family owned and operated by my wife and I. And, we're the biggest. We have about over 300 warranty administrators now. A lot of those administrators have been with us for, 5 to 10 to 15, 17 years. So we have a lot of long-term warranty administrators that work for us that have been with our company and have seen the growth and participated in it. We have about 1,200 clients plus now. So a lot of those are also tenured. So we have some clients that have been with us for 22 plus years. So a lot of trust, but we are big. We have a lot of relationship with manufacturers. So we're the biggest and the best. We ensure that it's done right, and we have a lot of trust from both our employees and from our clients. So
there's a lot of interest in what you do, and we have some questions today that we're going to be asking you, some from me and some from our audience as well. But David, going back to that, that warranty is not exactly the sexiest part of the dealership, which is probably plays right into the fact that dealers, outsource it to an expert such as yourself.
It's not sexy at all, unfortunately. I mean, as I was thinking the other night about, what we were going to talk about, today with you, I was actually trying to come up with something different to talk about other than warranty, because I always talk about warranty, right? But because it's not sexy. But I realize that this is a very important thing, and it's something we specialize in. I appreciate what you're doing, with the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and that you find these experts in the industry who, take this component in the dealership that's necessary, hone it, perfect it, and then, offer it back to the dealership in some very, high level service that's full featured, right? So I appreciate, what you do in that, but it's not sexy, but we make it work, and we make it, turnkey and painless for a dealership, for a dealership that, if they're having trouble with warranty administration, maybe receivables aren't getting collected, maybe claims aren't getting closed, their technicians aren't getting paid, they can't find somebody locally in their hometown that knows warranties. So they have to bring them in, they have to train them, they have to let them learn. A service like ours just lets them be turnkey. I mean, they can, call us today, and we can give them a trained warranty administrator today that can do their work, from A to Z, everything that I just mentioned, without having to worry about, finding somebody that can do it and training, and then that person doesn't work out, so finding somebody else. And in the meantime, you have warranty receivables that are timing out, and you're not collecting, you're writing off. So, yeah, it's yeah.
Jason, David mentioned the technician getting paid. I imagine that's a pretty important component.
Oh, it's very important. If you don't have a happy tech, he's probably gonna, his toolbox has got wheels on it for a reason. Like, if I'm not gonna get paid in a reasonable amount of time, I can roll it out into another dealership. And so it's very important to pay that technician as fast as possible, because it's his income, it's his family's income, and how he supports or she supports their family. So not just the technician, the service advisor, the service manager, they're all paid off of the final closed invoice. And if it's just sitting there and it's not getting submitted and closed, no one's making money. So it's very important to make sure it's done fast.
All right.
Properly.
And that's right, very much so. All right, so gentlemen, ask the experts. We've got some questions for you today. The first one is going to come from me. I sat down and put a pen to this, and I thought I would ask you both about, number one, growth. This most recent November and December are historically crunch months to collect warranty receivables in our industry. Let me ask you, how did 2023 end?
It ended very well, actually. I mean, typically, they could be slower months for, clients wanting to come on board, as well as, hiring new warranty administrators in the industry, just because the holidays, everybody's kind of slowing down, doesn't want to make changes during that time frame. And, this year was a lot different for us. I mean, we were, we had new clients coming on board and starting their work, at the 29th of December, and signing new agreements with new clients, at the 30th of December. And then, starting all this new work on the 2nd of January. So it was actually very, very busy for us. And from 2022 to 2023, I don't have the exact numbers, but I think we experienced like a 50 to 60% growth from year over year. And so it's been tremendous. And, we're just rolling right into 2024 with just, a lot of dealerships that need a service like ours. Audits are another huge thing right now. I mean, there's more audits going on than ever. So, dealerships are very concerned about, being audited and making sure that, again, like we always talk about, making sure that money is not only, collected but it's also retained. So, but no, it's there's a lot of growth going on. A lot of new team members, family members to AWN that have come on board with us. So it's a very good time in the industry and for our company and for, warranty collections as a whole. So.
All right. Very good.
Yeah, we laughed because it was around December 29th. David and I are laughing at each other because it's like, hey, this might be the last agreement for the year, but nope, it wasn't. It continues to grow. And like David said, historically, at the end of the year, it's crunch time. Finish out the year strong, get everything that you have open, closed, and accounted for. Dealers usually look at changes after year end, but these dealers are just so excited about what's happening with AWN that they're making the decision before the end of the year. Yeah. We actually had a dealer start on the 29th. They had an issue in their store, and it was a pretty bad situation, but we were able to get them started on the 29th of December to get their year-end closed, which is just super cool to experience that with dealerships. So,
all right. AWN has a great name in the industry. Second question for the experts today. This comes from our audience. In fact, we've heard about this on this roundtable. There has been so much emphasis surrounding compliance. You know, we're seeing the CARS Act, a number of things, FTC compliance. Is AWN compliant? I think that's a great question.
Yes, we are. So, when this FTC stuff first started coming out, even though we don't meet the definition of a financial institution as dealerships do, we found it very important that we meet the same standards for our clients because, again, with the amount of money that is in warranty, and especially with our company, we're processing over $2 billion a year right now. And, that entails us connecting to a dealership's DMS system. That entails us being connected to their network. That entails us working in their financials, paying their technicians, all that stuff. So we wanted to make sure that we met the same standards. So yes, we have all of our IT practices, documented policies, change procedures, everything that we need to be FTC compliant, we meet so that we can make sure our dealerships are comfortable partnering with us because, and to that end, we've never had an incident. We have cybersecurity insurance, but we've never had any incidents. We've always been secure, and we pride ourselves in making sure that we meet that. So,
yeah, and I mean, like our company, we practice compliance, on the warranty side of it, processing warranty claims. We hold ourselves compliant with the manufacturer. So, with the FTC guidelines, even though that AWN may not be that financial institution that has to follow those guidelines, it is compliance, a compliance factor, and AWN is going to, hold true to our statement is we're going to be compliant on all fronts, whether that's on IT and security or on the warranty administration, the processing of those claims. So it's very important for us.
All right, excellent. We checked that box. All right, third question, everybody. In fact, this is from me. Why is AWN the best in outsourced warranty administration, and what is working for you?
So I'll open up. So what makes AWN the best is because we hire the best. We have the best, the experts. It is turnkey. Like there is no waiting period to get on board with AWN. What makes AWN grow is the leadership within the company. So with David and his wife, Jamie, they have developed a culture inside of our company that is just intoxicating. Who does not want to work for AWN? I mean, I've been with AWN for 9 years now, and it was the best decision that I've ever made. Moved my wife and kids from Virginia to Colorado to come work for them, and it's been the best decision of my life. And it's that culture that they create is what makes AWN continue to grow because of what we believe in. And warranty is not very sexy, like we've already discussed, but it's very important. And it's a great place to make an income, to provide for your family. We make it fun. We have a ton of fun, but it's family. Like it is family owned and operated. David is just like my brother. He is my boss, but ultimately we are family, and that culture that they've created, we don't run into issues trying to find people to come work for us.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
And that's real. I mean, our people are what make all this happen. I mean, it's not Jamie or myself. We truly develop this community environment, this team environment, and there's no knowledge hoarding. There's no, backstabbing or whatever you want to call it. It's truly a community and a very family-oriented environment. So, on top of that, again, just having the best people. I mean, they know the manufacturers, they know the policies, they keep up on the policies. They get very passionate about the work that they do with their dealerships. I mean, it always amazes me that a good warranty administrator knows a claim from A to Z, right? They know how they booked it, and then they see it on the back end, and they know it, and then they see it on the receivables, and they know it, and they just really get involved with work the work that they do, and they also partner with their dealerships. I mean, that's a big important part. Is we always say it might sound cliche, but it's a partnership between us and the dealerships, and it's a partnership between the dealership and their warranty administrator that works for us, and it creates a really deep bond. And I mean, they send, some of our dealerships send our admins Christmas gifts and birthday gifts, and I mean, it just becomes a really ingrained relationship. But and then the auditing standpoint of it, we what makes us the best too is that we make sure the work is done right, and we have a person in there that's we also double check the work that our admins do. So we want to make sure we inspect what we expect. So if we have our admins that are doing work for our dealerships, we're inspecting that work to make sure it's right, to make sure that when the auditor does come in the door, that chargeback is, I was doing an analysis of 2023's audits, and most of the audits were under 1%. Some of them were 0.1% chargeback. So, again, it's very important that, we check that work and make sure that that money's kept too. So.
All right. Next question for our experts. It has to do with your organization and your people entering 2024. We've all heard about this for years, that there's a technician shortage in our industry. Do you see a shortage, or are you having trouble finding experienced warranty administrators?
Yeah, I mean, we see it nationwide. We're working in about 40 different states currently right now, plus Canada, and there's definitely a technician shortage, and warranty administrators. Again, it's an expert, specialized field, and for AWN, we don't really struggle with that. The model that we have works. It's very conducive to these admins that want to come on board and not have to work in a dealership, but they can do the same type of work in that field from their home. And again, it starts with the leadership within our company, and the excitement surrounding AWN. Who doesn't want to be a part of it? So we really don't struggle with finding admins. We do grow admins. We build them up and teach them additional manufacturers if we need to. But for AWN, we're not struggling with finding the experts, because experts want to associate with experts, and so they come to us.
It's the same kind of thing that we have on the referral side for clients. Most of our company grows client-wise from referral. I mean, we don't do a lot of sales or marketing, and it's almost strictly referral business. So the dealership goes to a 20 group meeting and says, "Who are you using for your warranty? AWN's great." That's how we grow from a client perspective. It's kind of the same from a warranty administrator perspective. I mean, there is some referral work that goes on there, and our admins find it a great place to work, and not to keep overstating it, but the family community environment, and hey, come check it out. So but to that end, I mean, there is a little bit of a with any industry, I think, finding people is more difficult than it has been. But for the most part, we are able to find the admins we need. So
you're right. Most of the best dealerships have a great culture, and it seems that people gravitate to that culture, which is what I want to ask you about. Last question for today is your workforce. AWN is the industry leader. You have a tremendous workforce, and you have a rich history, 30-some plus years. Tell me a little bit about the culture of working for Automotive Warranty Network. What is that like?
So we just really focus on that family piece of it. Right? Everybody's one big happy family. We want to make sure that we take care of our people, that they're supported, that they know that we've got employees that have been with us for 20 years. A third of our workforce has been over 10 years. So we want to make sure that we're supplying and able to support these families, these admins that we have, to allow them to grow and have that sense of like, man, I work for a company that I love. And that's something that, I don't know, maybe not a lot of people can answer that with honesty and say, yes, I do. But I would say if we polled our employees, they love working for AWN because of the community, because of the things that we do to make sure that they're taken care of, that if they're struggling, they're not on their own. In our name, our company name is Network. So we network with each other to make sure that they have everything that they need to do their jobs properly and be the experts. We're not hindering them from their growth. And it's important.
And that's not only from a professional standpoint. I mean, but it's also, they're people. They're a part of our family. I mean, you know, we don't look at it like we have 300 employees. We have 300 families that count on AWN and count on this to, you know, be the best it can be. So, you know, we support them personally and professionally. So if somebody, we've had employees that have had personal things that they need help with.
Yeah.
Jamie and I will always, you know, help and make sure they're taken care of. I mean, they are our family. And, you know, again, I go back to the fact that, you know, without our employees, you know, might as well not even do this, you know, so. Yeah.
I also want to thank you for your charitable contributions, David, on behalf of AWN to several things that we've done throughout the year. Automotive Warranty Network is also a certified partner of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I thought I would mention that as well. I want to talk a little bit about this free mini audit that you have coming up. You're also going to be at NADA later in the week. Before I do, explain to me what the mini audit is first, because I think that's a game changer. You're the only one that I know of doing this in the warranty area. Explain what it is and then tell us what you have coming up.
Yeah, so what this mini audit is, I mean, it's a great opportunity for the dealerships that win the grand prize. It's a $1,300 value.
Okay.
We do a deep dive review similar to what the manufacturer will do. So we're going to request 20 ROs. We're going to deep dive into them and verify that there was compliance checks, signatures, authorizations, proper coding, whatever the manufacturer would be looking at, you know, in an audit. That's what we do. And these are warranty auditors. They're experts in reviewing these for compliance and providing not only just here's the result of this audit, you have potentially $20,000, whatever that value is at risk of a chargeback. We also come up with an action plan. So what is best practices to resolve this issue? It is essentially, you know, monopoly money if you want to say it that way, but it's not, because if I look at $20,000 and it's a chargeback that I see when the manufacturer comes in, that's a chargeback of $20,000. So we joke and say it's monopoly money. We're not physically taking that money away, but the manufacturer will if it's not corrected. So 20 RO deep dive audit that checks compliance from A to Z.
This is all put together in a proprietary software that we developed that, you know, it spits out a report similar to what the manufacturer would. So it's very specific, granular. You'll be able to tell, you know, what the issues were, who they pertain to. So we drill it down to, you know, if we audit 20 ROs, which technicians are most responsible for the errors, advisors, that kind of thing. So like I said, it's a full-blown audit, like Jason said, that'll show you where your holes are, and, you know, we'll help you plug them. So, all right. And you're giving away this free audit. Tell us about that.
You don't have to be an AWN client to win this these free audits. You know, we want to provide this out to anybody that's on this panel or just wants to stop by NADA or booth, and we're gonna raffle off a free $1,300 audit for you.
Okay. All right. So NADA, everybody, coming up at the end of the week. AWN is going to be there, David. I see a booth number scrolling by, 2550W. Who's going to be there, David, from AWN, and what kind of representation do you have there?
So it'll be my wife, Jamie, myself, Jason will be here. Our operations manager, Austin, will be there. And then our auditing manager will be there, Rock Davis. So, you know, if you have questions about an audit that you may have had, you know, come by and see us. No obligations at all. We also want to invite our current clients to come by and see us. I mean, every year we look forward to seeing our clients. Just stop by, say hi, put a face to the name, shake hands, that kind of thing. So Or if you're interested in what we're doing, if you need a warranty administrator, come by and see us. Also, no obligations. We're not salesy, so come by and say hi, and see what we have to offer. So.
All right, everybody. Automotive Warranty Network, the biggest and the best in the industry. Of course, if you're not going to NADA, they're online, awninc.com. You can visit them there as well. If you are going to NADA, you can visit with David Reinicke and Jason Tuck and the team from Automotive Warranty Network there. Gentlemen, first of all, great honor to have you as part of the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I mentioned you're a certified partner. And David Reinicke is also on our advisory board at the Fixed Ops Roundtable to help guide future direction of things that we're working on. So, gentlemen, on behalf of the retail community, thank you so much for being with us here today and answering our questions.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Thanks, Ed. We're honored to be a part of it. So
great. David Reinicke and Jason Tuck from Automotive Warranty Network here with us at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Automotive Warranty Network is the largest and most experienced manufacturer's warranty claims processing company and warranty resource in the world. We have experience with all manufacturers and have hundreds of talented, experienced warranty administrators that are trained and certified. We work with over 1,000 dealerships in North America and have partnerships with hundreds of dealer groups, including most major publicly held groups. We comply with all the FTC safeguard regulations to ensure your data is protected and the warranty transactions we are making on your behalf are safe. When you partner with Automotive Warranty Network for your warranty claim collection needs, you are assigned an experienced, manufacturer-certified warranty specialist that will work on your warranty repairs on a daily basis in your DMS. Our claims management service is a full warranty claims administration service. From examining the repair for compliance-related issues once the technician is completed with the repair, then properly coding the repair with the proper labor operations in the DMS, submitting the repair to the manufacturer for payment, and also performing the accounting work once the repair is made, by reconciling the warranty schedule and accounting for any discrepancies in payment. During this process, we use our proprietary CARS software to make you aware of compliance issues that you need to be aware of and address to make sure claims stay compliant in the event of an audit. Our software also tracks the frequency of certain compliance issue types and who is responsible for them in your dealership, so we can help your staff better understand their roles and responsibilities in the process and help them perform their job function more efficiently. In addition to warranty claims administration, we also offer a proactive mock auditing service where we can perform an audit the way the manufacturer would, showing you what your exposure would be if the manufacturer were to audit you today, without the real expense of a potentially costly financial loss. During this process, we will ask for the hard copies and supporting documentation for a list of 20 to 50 repair orders, depending on the scope of audit requested. Our auditing team will then analyze the repairs with the same discretion that a manufacturer auditor would, and assemble the information in our proprietary software. The result will be a detailed report with the value of the audit and the potential loss. We will break down each issue type by category and dealership personnel associate with each discrepancy, so we can show you the most common problem and who is responsible for them. The report will also have each included repair order in PDF format, marked up so we can show you exactly what is wrong. Each report comes complete with an action plan and a detailed review with the auditor and your staff over Zoom, so you can ask any questions you may have. We also have a team of trainers that can work with your technicians, advisors, and service personnel on what their role and responsibilities are in the warranty process and best practices to make sure everyone is performing to the best of their abilities to ensure the best outcome if the warranty work is to be audited. Our training can be recommended as a result of one of our proactive audits or performed as an a la carte service. If you're looking for the best solution for your warranty claims administration and management needs, Automotive Warranty Network is the solution for you. With over 280 trained and certified warranty administrators, team leads, auditors, and support staff, we have the resources to collect the money you are entitled to in a timely manner and help you retain that money in an audit. Please visit our website to see what hundreds of satisfied clients say about our service, or contact us at info@awninc.com or 303-703-9143.
Take a seat at the roundtable. Welcome back to the Knights of the Fixed Ops Roundtable event.
Here to share insights into all things BDC is our next segment, the Volie Panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are joined now by an expert panel, including Sara Hoagey from Elite BDC, Scott Davis from a company called Volie that is hosting this panel, Kimberly Grubb from the Cooper Automotive Group in Oklahoma, and our friend Ed Roberts, the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Everybody, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, Ted. Good to be here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you for the invitation, Ted.
Everybody, I think we have an exciting topic today. And again, thank you to Volie for hosting it, the #1 BDC engine. The topic is, what are the specific things you listen to on every call to score your agents? So I think it's a fascinating topic. And Kimberly, if you don't mind, I want to come to you first, kind of lead things off today. As managers, do you have a specific scorecard that you keep or you use to score the agents? Or is it not a scorecard and something more of a feeling?
Well, Ted, it's something that's evolved over time. We started this centralized fixed operations BDC about 5 years ago, and it was just part of the process. And we're extremely process driven. And I have 10 things that I want touched on or covered or said or felt even in each phone call by the customers that is relayed by the BDC agent. I can go into them if you want me to.
You know what? Yes, let's cover some of that low-hanging fruit. Absolutely, yes.
Okay. To me, the #1 thing is the upbeat, friendly greeting that has some enthusiasm behind it. The worst thing you can get, is ABC Motors. This is Kim. How can I help you? So I score that heavily. A positive confirmation after the customer states what it is they need to have done. And we use a lot of power words and phrases like, absolutely, it's my pleasure. You've reached the exact right person to take care of that. Something that the customer doesn't hear anywhere else when they call for service or help or any kind of assistance. The third thing is we inquire if the caller has visited our dealership before and absolutely either thank them for their return business or thank them for choosing us. Then obviously to gather the customer information and then determine what service the customer would like to come in for. After that's done, to keep a relationship between the customer and the dealer, we try to get every customer back with their same advisor if there's been a change in staff or whatever. So we do determine the advisor that they worked with on a previous visit or one that they prefer to work with, if there is one. One of the most important things we do after that is set a time frame expectation for that visit, because what you don't want is somebody coming in for a main shop or some type of repair thinking they can wait on it for an hour and a half and they're going to be out the door. We try to make sure that the customers understand that their quote appointment is actually with their service advisor to check in and go over the needs that they're visiting for that day. It's not when the vehicle's going to go in the shop and things like that when it comes to repair and maintenance. And, maintenance is a different ballgame, but repair and diagnosis are definitely, you've got to set the time frame. We determine their transportation needs, whether they'll be waiting, they need to take advantage of our shuttle, or whether we have loaners or rentals available. Then they determine the appointment date and time. And then we recap these appointment things with the customer. And one thing that I am a stickler on is I like to have the customer's name used a minimum of 2 times in the appointment process, whether it's first name, whether it's Ms. or Mr. I want that used 2 to 3 times in that appointment process to make it personal. And, that coincides with that power word in the beginning. And when they hang up, they're thinking, that was different. And that's what I want. I want them to come in thinking that was an awesome experience that I bet the rest is going to be too.
Kimberly, if I can ask as a follow-up, how long did it take to develop these power phrases, this list, and how do you teach that? How do you train that? Because I think Sara will agree that's something we'd want every dealer doing.
Absolutely. It did take a little bit, but honestly, Ted, I kind of did it right from the beginning. It was something that I, as a previous service manager for different brands myself, things that I had incorporated in my departments. And so I carried them over, but I kind of amped them up quite a bit. That power word, we have lists, and we'll even have games, guys, here's 3, use these 3 today just to get them to step outside the norm, because every now and then I'll hear all day long, of course, my pleasure. And I'm thinking, you know what, let's break it up a little. And so we'll play a little game with it, and they have fun. The customers, get a kick out of it if somebody says incredible or something like that. So it did take a little bit to refine it and to train on it. Every one of my agents, they do, along with, mirroring someone, sitting and watching, observation, they get one-on-one time with me, and I have a process manual that has every bit of information that they could possibly ever want or need at a fingertip. So, and these power words are in there. This process is in there. The way to, avoid maybe a phone call that's not going as great as you would like it to be, how to handle that customer. So, for me, everything is so process driven, and it has worked really well.
Sara, you work with a lot of dealerships, some of the best dealerships around the country. What are your thoughts on a scorecard?
We have a scorecard. If I install a BDC or train and educate a BDC, we always discuss what items need to be covered on a scorecard. And I love what Kim said, because every single item that she pointed out, those are exactly what we look for when we are grading calls as well. So I'm going to take Kim's scorecard, but I'm going to add a couple items that we also do within our call center. So first of all, we mystery shop all of our agents. We don't really let them know when it's coming. It's very off the cuff. I will tell you, their mystery shops for us, and Kim, maybe this is part of your compensation, but I look at it that you should be graded on, and your performance or your bonus structure should be based on a mystery shop and what your calls sound like. That's the only way sometimes agents perform, is if you make it part of their compensation. If not, they don't find it to be as important as you do. So if you want your goals to align with your agents, you need to make sure it is structured with their compensation. Kim, I love everything that you said. I'm like, thumbs up, because that's exactly what I'm looking for. I want someone enthusiastic. I want the dealers and the customers who are listening to the call say, wow, that's a place I want to go back for service. That's the way I want to feel when I'm calling into a business. I want to feel like I was well taken care of. And let's be really, really honest. I think a lot has changed since COVID when it comes to taking care of people and being there for them. So for us, for our agents, there's a couple things that we look for. Is the call articulate? Are you articulate? Is there any background noise? And do you sound empathetic? Because let's be really honest, customers don't mind buying a car, but they certainly mind servicing it. And I'm a former BMW service manager. Those repair orders 15 years ago were $1,000 a car every time they came in. So we have to make sure that we sound empathetic to their needs. The other thing I noticed, I live in Orlando, but I have a 585 area code in my phone. What we have really noticed is many people throughout the country now are transient. They're not from their area, they're from another area, and none of us want to change our phone numbers, right? So it's almost like changing your social security number at this point. So we make sure that we verify their first name, their last name, because last names are changing all the time. Some of us are using our middle name on social media because you've had some changes going on in your personal life. So we have to make sure we know their first name, their last name, the best phone number to reach them for service updates for their car when it's in for service, as well as an email address, and as well as their home address. The main reason why we all know for service CSI that the phone numbers and the email addresses change. No, none of us do that when we're afraid we're going to have a bad CSI score. Please, I was a former service manager, service advisor. I knew when I had to change contact information so I wouldn't get a bad CSI score. So we make sure that Ed's laughing. He's like, I know, I have no idea what she's talking about. We make sure we have all relevant contact information. We also take a look and go, is this going to need a part? There is nothing worse than someone who has already come in for diagnosis, but maybe we didn't order the part, or they want a part, but we haven't diagnosed it yet. I don't want to bring a customer in who has already been in here last week and have them come back in and then we don't have the part. That is just catastrophic for CSI and for a bad review. So we look and go, okay, if they're going to come in and do something for tires, do we need to order the tires or are they bringing the tires in? And B, if not, do I have to do a warm transfer call to parts to get the parts ordered for tires? You can do preventative damage control here. So it's all about preventing and providing what you would consider to be, we're not average BDC, we're elite. So we have to show that we are elite. Okay. No one wants average. So do they need to bring tires or do we need to order them for them? Most importantly, with the drop off, our perception of drop off is we're going to drop off the car and it's going to be dropped off for the whole day. I can't even tell you how many customers. We now thank you for the tools of Volie. Thank you for doing that for us, Scott. But if a customer chooses a drop off, we have a text message that goes out that says, you'll be leaving the vehicle with us for the day. We will have it diagnosed after 5 and speak to your advisor about an update after that. That has put out so many fires because with Volie's help, we can actually see if they opened up the text message. Super, super great because it prevents all of those fires. So we describe what a drop off is and that you'll be leaving it with us. And we may just get through the diagnosis, but you're leaving the car with us for the day. A drop off is not a waiter. So I laugh, Kim, because Kim's probably like, yep, I know exactly what that's like. And Ed's like, this is my everyday at work. So those are a couple things that we review. And then also some of the franchises out there offer valet services. So you have to make sure that if you offer valet services, do we know what address we're picking up the car at? Do we know where to go or who to get the keys from? We have some high-end people out there. If a former BMW service manager, am I picking up your car from you, from your workplace, from your secretary? Where am I picking up the car? Most importantly, I want to make sure that they can assume control over the call and that they don't need to get in touch with another service advisor or service agent, that we're keeping everything with us as much as possible before we turn over that call. And if we do, it's a warm transfer. If you don't know what a warm transfer is, that means you're calling someone, making sure they're on the other end of the phone before you are just blind transferring the call over and you don't even know if somebody has picked up the phone yet. I always like to make sure, Ed, you might like this, that our goal is to make sure that we're increasing the labor hours per repair order. I'm a former service manager. I want to make sure that if I'm going to get them in, I'm going to get them in for everything while they're in. So did we check your car for a recall? Have all recalls been done? And if there's anything that was declined in the past, is there an opportunity for me to add that in? Or I know you're booking for a 45,000 mile oil change, but you're really due for a service too. So why don't we schedule you for a higher maintenance while you're here? It's very hard to do that if the expectation, like Kim said, the expectation is that they came in for an hour, but if we have the opportunity to get them for 2 hours, do it while they're here and not after they've already arrived, because the likelihood is very slim. Time is something that we all cannot put a dollar value on, and we have to get them in while we can for their time. And then just reviewing everything. I can't even tell you how many service customers we say, when you arrive, make sure you pull up to the door. I have found if you physically, mentally drive them to the service building, they are emotionally and mentally prepared as to what needs to happen, especially in those northeastern stores where they're driving in the middle of winter in a snowstorm. If they know that they can pull right up to the garage, and that they can pull right in, that's all set. And absolutely, some of your states have inspections. Please make sure that if you do have a state inspection, we do add that on to the states that require inspections, so that the customer doesn't need to come back next 2 weeks from now and get their state inspection covered. Get it all done in advance. So those are so it's a lot. A lot of people say, well, that's about a 5-minute service call. Yes, if you have done your service call right, you should be on the phone with the customer for 5 minutes, because that's relationship selling.
I am taking a lot of notes, Sara and Kimberly. Talk about a scorecard. This is great. Now, Ed, okay, I got to come to you because you've got a very busy shop. You've got, I know you'll give me the exact number. It's over 100 technicians now. Plus you've got the 10 mobile units going up to what, 45, 46 units this spring and this year. Ed, and you're out there meeting customers on their terms. Ed, your thoughts on the scorecard, and is it different at Bozard?
Well, I got to tell you that both of these gals are engaged, and you brought some A players here for this, because I mean, just listen to what Kim said a few minutes ago about using some power words and whatever else. Where that comes from, what tells me is they are listening to phone calls, because you hear someone that's having fun doing those things. When they're having fun doing those things come out naturally. And then when you can train that for others to do it, they start having fun. It becomes part of it. So I won't rehash all of what they talked about, and it's all very valid stuff and very good stuff, and I love hearing it. Some of the things that I want to talk about that we do in addition, just for efficiency, is we use our security cameras to put a television up in our BDC so they can look up and see if the advisor's on the phone, if they're with a customer, whatever the situation may be, so that they're not calling that customer or calling that advisor trying to get them while they have somebody else there, or maybe they're not even at their desk. And it helps with that warm transfer that Sara talked about. And if we see that they're with someone, we don't want to interrupt that transaction, because that's a transaction happening in itself, and it's a live transaction happening in person. But this is the introduction to our store, so we want it to be as seamless as possible. And so having that information there for them to see it is key. And then Sara talked about letting them know where to go. We have 3 different service drives here, whether it's Lincoln, Ford, or it's Quick Lane, and that's education. And they could show up here because these places are intimidating. They don't come here all the time. They come here once, maybe twice a year. They need to know where to go. And it's a much smoother transaction when they come in educated and they're prepped and they know where to go. They know who they're asking for. And those things are instrumental. And those things stick when you go back to what Kim said about making that connection, making it personal. When you make it personal, the caller gets more engaged, and you can make those things stick. So all those things that was talked about is key. I had all kinds of stuff written down. They've done a phenomenal job of hitting those things. And if you listen to calls, if you have a BDC and you listen to calls, these things will be highlighted. You will have calls that you could use as training tools of what to do. I don't recommend using the ones that don't go so well of what not to do, because you're really bringing somebody else down there. But you can talk about that in a verbiage standpoint. You don't have to replay those. But the ones that go great, that's a great accolade for the person that did that call, and it shows the others what's possible. And so don't be afraid to use those things and use them as training tools. Outside of that, one of them, I forget which one it was ask for the business. I think it was Sara talked about if they had something that was recommended before. That's our opportunity. And hey, I noticed that we looked at your vehicle before. We're strengthening that connection. It may sound like we're asking for more money, but we're strengthening that connection because we're saying, hey, I know you was in last time and we told you getting close on tires. Have you done anything with that yet? If so, we'd take blah, 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 whatever it may be. It's about making that connection where they say, hey, they care about my well-being. And when they do that, it's not selling them anything. It's helping them buy what they need.
Scott Davis, you've put together a powerhouse panel. I don't recall a panel on BDC being anywhere near what you've assembled here today, Scott. So congratulations. And what a great topic on the scorecard.
Yeah, these guys are incredible, right? You knew they would be, but they're incredible.
Yeah. Amazing stuff. Now, I would assume, Kimberly, you've got, you have used the Volie platform, and I'm going to ask Sara the same question. I think I know the answer, but Kimberly, you're a client of Volie?
I absolutely am, and a very proud one. I just finished my year-over-year numbers, obviously, because last month we started a new year, and wow, my increases were dramatic. And it was one of those type of increases where I didn't just send that email out to a few of the key players, you know, the CEOs. I think everybody in my organization got a copy of what this fixed operations BDC was able to accomplish this year for them.
And Sara, how do you know Volie, and how do you utilize Volie?
Volie was the third telephone system I had used in our call center. And I will be honest, it took me a year to make a decision, that's a long time for me for someone that doesn't have any patience. Scott knows me fairly well. He knows I have no patience. But after 2 frustrating telephone CRM systems, I really wanted something that was a high level amount of accountability, showed me everything I needed to know, scheduled reports to me. They care enough to have people who will walk you through and educate you with account managers, show you how to use the software, teach you how to set it up. Most importantly, the telephone system has yet to go down. And let's be honest, that is the livelihood of any business, is making sure your telephone systems are always up. And kudos to you, Scott, because they have triple backup redundancy in place. And I have to give credit where credit's due, because anytime we have asked for, hey, can you do this for us? Or what do you think about this? Usually within a very short period of time, it is already taken care of. And between service and training, what I always say about telephone and CRM systems is, if you want people to use it, you have to have good support and you have to have good education. And kudos to Scott, because you have both.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Kimberly, let me jump ahead a little bit, Kimberly, if I can.
Sure.
You know, we talk about the scorecard. I took a lot of notes on what everybody is saying here. Amazing information. Kimberly, what are some of the things you listen for that indicate an agent may not be performing well on calls? What are some of the telltale signs?
You know, and I'm sure Sarah's going to agree with me. Hesitation, not feeling confidence in if the agent's not feeling confidence in the call, then, you know, they need a little help. Dead air. Dead air is the bane of my existence. It just goes right through me.
I want to quote you on that. That's a great quote.
Just, I hate it. A high amount of transfers. If I think Sara mentioned it earlier, if those calls, we're there to keep those calls from going down there. Yeah. So what we need to do is, if somebody is transferring a lot, it means they're not really 100% confident on how to handle certain aspects of the job. And so I need to work on that. Someone not following process. If I listen and, you know, my little 10 things, then we're going to have a talk. And then the length of the call. If these calls are excessively long, if they're keeping a customer on hold, trying to get a hold of an advisor for something, and not just understanding to take the lead themselves and say, it appears everyone is with a customer. Let me take a message and we'll get back to you. Those are the things that let me know maybe that agent needs a little bit more one-on-one. Maybe that agent needs one of my rock stars to mentor them for a few weeks. And that is always a great idea. And, you know, what I will also do is pull them in and do a one-on-one with me. Hey, let's listen to some calls. And we'll do it blind. I will not, you know, preach select phone calls. We'll do it completely blind. I'll let them choose them. Okay, pick 5 of those. And when we do that together, it is such a gratifying experience for them to know that I'm in it with them. I'm not above telling them what to do. I'm here to do it with them and show them how to do.
Love it. Great checklist. Sara, let me ask you the same question. Things that you listen for that indicate the agent is not performing well.
I have to give kudos to Kim. Excellent job. I do want to do a couple different things. I just did an exercise with my entire call center today, and I said, everybody close your eyes. I'm going to put a stopwatch on. When you believe you have hit 30 seconds, I want you to raise your hand. You're going to have half of the class raise their hand at 15 seconds. A couple hit the 30-second mark and a couple hit the 45-second mark. At 30 seconds is where your customers are hanging up going, they forgot all about me and they're not coming back. The people who are picking up, they were raising their hands before 30 seconds. That's because they have no patience. The people that have no patience are never going to make it to 30 seconds on hold. So you have to be cognizant of how long is a 30-second hold. The people that make it past like the 45 seconds, they have a ton of patience. That is 25% of our customers now. They're so used to getting everything that they need at their fingertips whenever they want. So A, did you put your customer on hold for too long? B, when I meet like dealerships and I can see that they're trying to push a sales BDC agent into service or a service BDC into sales. The first thing I say is, I don't mind you guys trying that, but let's be honest. How come your sales consultants are not in the service department booking repair orders? And how come your service advisors are not out selling cars? It's a very specific job. And you can try to have them do both. Some people really can do both. They deserve to be compensated for doing both, but you don't have sales consultants being service advisors for a reason. That's because it's a completely separate job. It's completely different. So those are some of the things that we take a look for. Like, this is when you have not done a good job. You left someone on to hold for too long. I also have learned through training and education, if you're going to train somebody, have them learn how to do the computer portion of it separately and the telephone portion of it separately. So that would mean be on the phone, but we'll have a separate person or separate trainer do all the computer work. I want you to focus on the phone. Have somebody then flip, have them do all the computer work so they can learn the computer portion of it, but have them listen to the telephone call. So that way they get to learn those two separate functions individually, and you'll have a much stronger agent.
Ed Roberts, great information here.
It's good stuff. And one of the elements that we do, and all these guys are touching on stuff that, hey, if the audience takes half of this and goes back and does something with it, they'll grow from it. Our BDC manager is inside. We're in-house BDC. Our BDC manager is inside the BDC, and we're always listening to demeanor and tone and all those elements so that we don't get 10 calls down and where we've missed those opportunities, because that's our introduction to our store. We're able to intervene in that instantly, maybe even in that same phone call, or maybe call that customer back. And so there's opportunity to train often, early and often. And when you do those things, you intensify the level of what's in the room. And then if you are listening to calls, you have the opportunity to have the call of the month. And yes, it is random. You're not going to listen to all of them, but it creates a little bit of a competitive atmosphere where they're chasing it. And when they're chasing it, that's when we all win.
Scott, I think you'd agree that it's that body language and that tone of voice over the phone that are so much more important than just simply the words. It's not what you say, but it's how you say it, and all the things that we're hearing here today.
Yeah, I mean, no question. And we're working on a product to help programmatically score some calls so they can quickly listen to what they need to and save them time in there. And so we've listened to a lot of calls. I can tell you, the tone really matters, the speed at which they're going. Are you slowing down enough just so you can listen? Those calls convert better. We can tell. I'll be redoing my 10 million call study on the next roundtable, but those really matter. I guess the last point, because I can't add anything that these three superstars already said. It's really, 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 really hard to listen to yourself on a phone call. And it's not meant to embarrass anyone or anything like that. If you're not regularly coaching your agents by listening to calls with them, you're not only, you could be helping the dealer, but you could help these people. Ed talked about how these are entry-level jobs for, that's their way into the dealership. So by you not listening to these calls to help them be better at their job, you're hurting them as well. It's so hard for people to hear themselves on the phone. It'll be hard for me to replay this recording after the show. I can't wait. But you need to take the time to do it. If you're not, you're doing better for the dealership, and you're doing much better for the employee. So,
well, everybody, I have to tell you that over the last 2 years, the phones are the number one topic at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Number one, far and away. We hear it all the time. And we have CEOs of companies who, I recall the CEO of an OEM on the show recently said, you know what? I went to call so-and-so dealership, one of their dealers, and we need someone to pick up the phone at that dealership, and it is so important. So, Scott, tell us a little bit about Volie. That you are the #1 BDC engine, continuing to grow, make great strides. How does our audience reach out to you, Scott, to learn more about Volie, the Volie platform? Because you've got some of the not just the greatest, but the latest out there in terms of resources to help dealers.
Yeah, thanks. Volie is BDC software for automotive dealers, and of course, automotive call centers that for those dealers who don't want to make those calls. Sales and service BDCs, it's an all-in-one solution where we manage the data. We help them campaign the data inside and out. So on an inbound call, it'll pop who the customer is, which will improve the experience on an inbound call. When they're not on an inbound call, it'll serve up the dealer or the dealer's customer who they most want them to call next. So it's an all-in-one solution. They can contact us at go to volie.com. They can call me or email me, scott@volie.com. And that was just great to be on today, Ted. Thank you.
And you see all the information on the ticker down below here on their event today. So, Scott, I want to thank you for hosting this panel. I know you're coming back to do that 1,000,000 call study, but Scott, I got to tell you, you almost have to come back and do this panel part 2 again, because this is that good. So let's do an extra panel at that next event, because we got to bring everybody back, because this is some of the best that we've seen. So amazing.
Yeah, no question. These guys are incredible.
I want to thank Sara Hoagey. Sara, great to have you on the roundtable.
Thanks for having me, and hope to see you soon. I know. Hope to meet you soon.
Yes, absolutely. And Kimberly Grubb from Cooper Automotive Group, thank you so much for all you do for our industry. And,
it's my pleasure.
Great work and great resources you're sharing. And Ed Roberts, continuing to be better and better. So thank you for all you do, my friend.
We learn together. Thank you guys for being on here.
Yeah, we do. And Scott Davis at volie.com. Best in the industry, everybody. Reach out to Scott. And on behalf of the Fix Ops Roundtable, everybody, thank you for all you do for our industry.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Hear ye, hear ye. Join the fair lady, Kaylee Felio from PartsEdge, along with Mike Weldon from the Hansel Automotive Group for our next segment.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's a great honor to welcome back Kaylee Felio. She's the Sales and Marketing Manager at PartsEdge. This year, she is an NADA show speaker later this week, joined by Michael Weldon, our great friend from the Hansel Automotive Group in Santa Rosa, California. Kaylee and Mike, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you for having me.
Mike, you've been on the roundtable since the beginning. And do you remember when Kaylee burst onto the scene with PartsEdge? And did you ever think that Parts was going to get this kind of attention, primarily due to all the good work and the foundation that Kaylee's been building all these years? And now she's speaking at NADA.
Oh, no, it's great. We talk offline occasionally, and I got to tell you, she's brought the spirit back into the parts department. And she's gotten the message out so that both parts and service managers, I've said it a number of times, I don't have parts and service departments, I have fixed operations, is that where we pull everybody together so everybody understands each other's business. And by the structure that they've been able to help us install within our environments, it's made us better operators.
Yeah, I agree. I agree so much. Kaylee, what are you speaking about later this week at NADA? What's your topic?
The potential of purposeful inventory management. So really diving into what it is to be more efficient with the way that you're managing your inventories.
Well, I'm going to let you and Mike have a conversation here. I'm going to step out of the way, and I'm excited to hear and take some notes. So Kaylee and Mike, the show is all yours.
Thank you. So where do we begin? So I want to start with just, talking about just how the opportunity of being more efficient. And, it's good to focus on sales, but there's profit in being more efficient. How do we share that? Or how do we see the profit in efficiency?
Well, a better utilization of time. I think, as you get older in life, you're going to find that time is not expendable, and you need to use time to your advantage. And when you put that into a business perspective, that's where the efficiencies come from, is where you can get more out of a day by having certain things in place that allows you to be more effective in how you engage into your business.
And we talked about just, the role of a parts manager, how that's evolving. Where's like automation? Because I feel like there's so much technology out there, and parts just is not really using a lot of it. So what can automation do for parts managers? Because that kind of goes back to the time, right?
Well, automation, it plays a integral part. I mean, you got the invention now of AI, and how is that going to play a part in parts? We've dabbled in with that a bit in one of our stores, and so far on the wholesale side, we've seen an uptick in business because we've been able to accommodate that guest a lot quicker, and they feel heard, and we can give them instructions if in fact one of our agents are busy with another client. We're just able to respond to those people a lot faster. And I think that's where the efficiencies are key today, is what the consumer wants.
Yeah, meeting them where they want. And there's, with AI, it's not, I know we're all talking about it, but it's not, it's how we use it to make our process better. It's not replacing anyone. It's making it really better, meeting the customer where they want to be met. So I think that's
I never want to replace people with machines. But I will tell you, I'll show them how to use the machine so they can be better at what they're doing. And it goes back to process management. Some of the things that PartsEdge has done for us, it's allowed a manager to become more engaged in other things than just sitting behind his desk, because it sets him up to where he can pull the data, pull the information, make the pivot, make the change, call and ask questions, get information, and then engage with his staff. I mean, so many times, we had these silos in our business, and in parts and service, they never mingle, and neither do parts departments for that matter. Everybody's their own agent. And because of this technology, because of what you've been able to provide, or PartsEdge has been able to provide, it's allowed us to cross communicate to where everybody now feels they're part of the solution and they're more effective at their job.
Well, and I think too, it feels like the parts managers that we work with really can trust the process or the data and the system. Because that's something that we talked about too, is, it's there, but they're still going with overriding things and not fully trusting. So I think, with your parts managers, they tend to trust it a little bit more, or trust it all the way, because it's actually doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Well, I've been lucky. I've been blessed with some pretty innovative people, and I've worked with some of them for a number of years. And tenure with a parts manager is usually longer than anybody else. But I will tell you that the staff that we have, we brought them up so they see the benefit of what we've been doing, and they're embracing it a lot more rather than fighting it.
Yeah, that's important. And do you feel like that's happening a lot these days too? Because I think there was a shift where we're getting a lot of newer parts managers out there, and I feel like a lot of them are getting brought up from being like a counter person into a parts management role.
Well, yeah, because we're running out of inventory. If you want to look at people with prior experience, so you have to invest in your people if you're going to sustain and grow and get into the future. I plan 5-10 years in advance, and I'm trying to move people and get them in a position that when I decide that I'm going to step away from the business, that they're going to be able to sustain their livelihood, and they're going to be able to perform at a high level and get a greater return on their investment.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably the best way to do it, is because then they're, like you said, they're evolving with you guys, they're seeing everything, and they're not pushing back as much. But how do you deal with managers that are pushing back? You can't, it's not like you just want to get rid of them. It's more of like, how do you help them see the bigger picture, I guess, is my question.
First off, you have to understand them, how they're thinking, why they're thinking the way that they are, what's preventing them from advancing or embracing change. And I've had some conversations where you can't beat them over the head, you can't push them hard. I just believe, and that's true, but people that really want to learn will engage. Those that don't want to learn, they're going to have to decide for themselves if this is the right thing for them, because it's going to happen. Technology is coming. It's here. It's been here. We need to embrace it. The only reason why I've been able to be as active as I have in the years is because I decided that if I'm going to stay in this business, I have to pivot. I have to learn. And the guys that I brought along with me all have the same mindset because they've seen that it worked. And so it's a little easier to have that conversation. And then the ones that you're talking about that are tough, they want to fit in. So eventually when they see that it's working, we've been lucky that, hey, I want to raise my hand. I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. And it's worked.
Yeah. And I think identifying when that's happening, like you said, and working with them and not letting it, just leaving them to just, you know, do their thing. Like I think what we've always done. It's like, oh, that's just the parts manager. Just let them do their thing.
We see them once a month or once a year.
Yeah. Yeah, that has to change. So what are some of the pressures, I guess, that you guys are seeing that for parts managers? Because I feel like there's this new set of just more pressure to make more profit, more pressure to have a better inventory, back orders, dealing with manufacturer programs, you got customers, you have different departments within the parts department because you have online sales, if you're doing mobile service, wholesale. There's so many facets of the department. I think there's a lot of pressure on them. I don't really know what my question is, but how do we deal with that? How do we help them?
Well, I think there's more pressure on the fixed operations as a whole.
Yeah, that's true.
Because we're transitioning, we're getting into the EV world, and how do we maintain the ICE customers? So you have to have those conversations. Some of the things that we've been running into over the last 3 years is parts availability and chip shortages, and how do you deal with the disappointment by the end user, which is our customer, that I can't provide that service for you, or I can't get that part for you. It's created some other avenues where you get a little bit smarter in your business, and you start looking at other avenues rather than just be brand specific. You have to go out there and see if there's any other ways you can satisfy that customer's needs, and then at least present it, and then let them make the final choice. But what we do is when we don't have something, we go to the ends to find it now where we didn't before. You're just going to have to wait. And I think that's one of the biggest things that you have to look at.
Yeah, I agree. Because no one wants to wait, and we don't want to wait for things.
No, in the last 3 years, it's actually pushed us to that position, which those that are embracing it understand it and are trying to do something to encourage that engagement with that guest. And we're all trying to build a reputation, and so that we can sustain ourselves over the years. And it parts managers or parts people as a whole, or they don't communicate the same way in most cases with the world. But if you break down those silos and they become more engaged in the entire process, the outcome is better, because now they see that they're part of a solution than just being a conduit for just providing a service by going to the shelf and getting the box.
Yeah.
Mike, I wanted to jump in with a question for you, if I can, as well. I know you both have a panel coming up here with a number of other people, experts, where you're talking about reactive versus proactive. For many years, the parts department, Mike, was more of a reactive type business, all right? But now that I feel the winds of change, okay? We have now a lot of talk about dealership culture and career paths. I see it and hear it at your dealership group as well, Mike. How is this coming about? Now we have not just wholesale and retail parts, we have online parts, we have all different ways with which to retail it. And the fact that we're selling ours, whether it's for our own shop or for someone else's shop, Mike, it's more proactive than ever, Mike.
Well, it's going to start at the top. We were in a meeting the other day with the entire fixed ops management group, and Henry Hansel's basically stated, we've got to learn to love one another better to get a more desired outcome. In other words, we got to appreciate each other's and the contributions that we're making, and understanding what each one of us are doing, and the trials, and then get involved to help solve that.
I love Henry and Justin. What a team you got there, Mike. So
we're blessed.
Yeah. And that, Kaylee, is a great example of a dealership in this sense, a group with a wonderful culture. They have a culture there, and they live it. And you hear Mike say, we don't have service and parts. We have fixed operations, Kaylee, right?
Absolutely. And I think the fact that Mike is so involved with the team and just, involved in what we do with their team makes a huge difference, because it's not one of those things. It's one of those things that you can kind of set and forget, but it's also one of those things that you need to be like involved in too, to be better.
Well, I can't effectively be a contributor if I don't know what it is that they're working on. So I feel that I've got to be educated just as well, whether or not I do it daily but I can be there to support them if I know.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, when you reach out to PartsEdge, do you go to somebody else in that company, or do you go right to Kaylee?
We go to everybody. I mean, that Chuck and I go way back, and then Kaylee and I connected. I think we connected at an NADA event at one time, and we just kind of hit it off. And it's fun because she's so innovative, and I get excited about that. She gets excited about her business, and to be honest with you, I feed off of that.
Oh, that's cool to hear. Well, and you guys were a client before I even came on to PartsEdge, which is really cool. So it's been a long, long relationship. That's why you and Chuck go way back.
I love it. Well, Kaylee, you do so much for the industry. I mentioned earlier you're going to be at NADA later this week. You're speaking. Congratulations to you on that. Kaylee, that's a big honor to be an NADA speaker.
It is.
It's incredible. It's as I'm preparing and writing what I want to say, I'm just still like blown away. I'm unbelievably nervous, but I keep saying that I'm going to be okay. And I'm probably going to have my paper in front of me so I don't forget what I want to say. But I'm just so excited. I can't believe it. It's amazing.
Yeah, you're moving parts forward, and congratulations to you and the team at PartsEdge. Everybody, if you want to reach out to Kaylee, she's extremely active. You can't miss her on social media, especially on LinkedIn. PartsEdge.com is a great resource. They constantly are upping the bar, and we're all just following. Kaylee Felio's email, of course, is at the bottom of the screen. So please reach out to her if you're not going to NADA, and set some time to learn more about PartsEdge and what they can do for you and your dealership. So
can't go wrong.
All right.
Thank
and
you.
There we have it from a great client, Mike Weldon. Kaylee and Mike, thank you so much for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Weldon and Kaylee Felio from PartsEdge here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, you work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
The Fixed Ops Roundtable Certified Program is designed to help preferred dealers and partners with powerful tools and resources.
Learn more at fixedopsroundtablecertified.com.
Hey, it's Jim Sabino here, All-American Ford Mobile Service at your service. Check this baby out. This is one of our newest units to add to our fleet of mobile vans to service you, our customers. Coming around back here, I'm going to show you inside exactly how this van works for you. All right, as you can see, this is a fully equipped mobile service van that does everything. It's like a mobile hospital. That's right, we can do it all in this truck. Come on inside, I'm going to get into the details on how this baby works for you. So we can do oil changes. We got oil filters on stock, air filters, wiper blades, cabin air filters, recalls. We have this laptop here. There's all the programming of all the modules, and any recall that we can do on the road, we will do it for you. That's right. Check this out. Look at this equipment that we have in this truck. Fully equipped, mobile technicians come to you. Certified technicians at your site, at your place of business. You call us, text us, email us. Our mobile service coordinator will take all your information, make the appointment, and our mobile van will show up on location at your convenience, perform the service that you need. All American Ford Mobile Service, check us out.
Reach kingdoms near and far with the myKaarma mobile service panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'd like to thank the gentlemen on this panel for really leading the way, leading our industry into the new mobile frontier. They are Ed Roberts, the COO of Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida, Mark Mickens with ES3, Jim Sabino at All American Ford up in New Jersey, and Matt Bateman at myKaarma. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Glad to be here.
Thanks for having us, Ted.
Thanks, Ted.
You know, Ed, you have, it all started with you. You've led the way. You know, you affectionately call it Mobile Monday. That's your term, but you've really turned it into a whole lot more than that. I know a few months ago, last fall, you were telling us about a great increase in the number of mobile service vehicles you've got. You've since added, now you have personnel, key personnel that you're adding in behind the scenes. Ed, bring us up to date on what's happening with mobile.
Well, late last year, I told you guys that we're going to add another 36 units and move into the mid to upper 40s with total vehicles. And since then, I've hired a remote services director. We're shifting that verbiage. I'm still going to call it Mobile Truck Monday on LinkedIn. And I intentionally held off today in the January to until after this airs to post my Mobile Truck Monday post. But we're going to shift that verbiage to remote services because I don't want customers confusing anything. And we want to make sure that they understand that we can handle all of their service needs remotely, whether it's sales, service, roadside, whatever it may be. We want to handle them all remotely. And mobile doesn't necessarily go with the sales side of it, so we want to tie it all together. So we're rebranding a little bit, but we've hired Jeremy Stevens as our remote services director. Phenomenal individual, doing a great job recruiting, bringing the right guys in and getting our trucks out on the road. We try to grow all of our people internally here at Bozard, but when you add on something of this magnitude and at the time, in the time frame that we want to add it on, it creates the opportunity for people to come from the outside. And it is cool to watch the overwhelming responses to who wants to be a part of this and sees the vision of people that work on cars every day. They see the vision of what we're trying to do. So they want to be a part of it. It's been a fun ride so far.
Ed, you're growing talent from within and acquiring the best from outside. Jeremy, I think, uniquely qualified with all the work he's been doing with leadership as well with the John Maxwell Group. And congratulations to you, Ed. I see that's a brilliant fit. And Jeremy was ready to spread his wings. And I think the Bozard organization is the perfect place to do that.
He wanted something to put some identity into, and this is that. And he is a perfect fit for our culture. And it's been a great addition so far.
All right. So remote services, I'll get the, I always come away from these, Mark. I'm learning new phrases, new terminology. So I'm going to add that, Mark, to my list. But Mark, I've learned so much, and our audience has learned so much from you and Ed and Jim and Matt on this panel. Mark, what do you see? What do you see happening right now in mobile from your vantage point?
Good stuff. We're really excited about this year. We got off to a really great start. As you know, most of my work is concentrated on the Mercedes-Benz side of the business. And we're really starting to build our network out. More and more dealers getting involved. We have a lot of vans ordered. We have a lot of hand raisers, and we're really just trying to create that network that makes sense for the dealers, not just, full service oil and tire vehicles, but, we've added some small service vehicles now to the mix. And we're really, really concentrating with our dealers that are raising their hands to actually put, a really robust business plan in place for them to show them profitability. We have great numbers now from our pilot dealers. We piloted 6 dealers in 2023. All 6 dealers have moved on to multiple vehicles now. And, started out with one. Some have 2, some have 3 on the order already. And, our 6 pallet dealers are just, really, really setting the bar for everybody else that's raising their hand. And it's really giving us some really good performance numbers to share with our network and really convince dealers that, it's out there. One of the biggest things that we saw dramatically increase during year-end 2023 is, all of our survey work and everything, the data mining that we did was really increasing the customer experience numbers with the pilot dealers that we worked with. It was substantial. I mean, it was eye-opening. More so, we got a really good boost in passenger car vehicle, customer pay vehicles and things of that nature. But we got a huge bump in our fleet recognition and, fleet customers coming back to us telling us how much they love the service. So it's really worked out well for us, and just building on 2023 and really looking to create a really viable network with Mercedes-Benz.
And that has to be possibly the best kept secret about these remote services, is the fact that the customer and guest experience and satisfaction is, from what I understand, through the roof.
It is. We service about 80% of our customers that are in our market area with our brand, but the industry average across all brands is about 30%. And so they've told us forever, 70% of them has told us that we don't like going through your process. And so we say, okay, well, let's find something that you do like. And they embrace it wholeheartedly. And it's what's allowed us to move that number. And I want to get to 90%. I want to service 90% of my customers in our market area. I think we can get there. And then I want to expand that out a bit. But it's meeting them at their terms. And we've really created the outside world where they says, hey, you got to come to us. The outside world says, okay, we'll make it convenient for you. And we're bridging that gap.
How about, Ed, the smaller service vehicles? We're hearing more about that, putting those into use. Are you seeing that as well there at Bozard?
We are. We do a lot with vehicles that we don't necessarily. The heaviest stuff that we carry around is all the oils and different things. They have different oils, different waste and containments and all that stuff. But without carrying that stuff, we can do so much other. I mean, we can go put an SOP part on. We can take care of a fleet customer. We can take care of recalls. We can do reprograms. We can diagnose a vehicle and prepare for that repair when it comes in. There's so much we can do without hauling all that weight around. And so those vehicles become more efficient as well as the technician become more efficient. And they're easy to maneuver around in subdivisions and getting out of people's driveways and less intrusive.
Jim Sabino, up at All American Ford. Last time we got together, I think you had 5 or 6 vehicles, and you are just exploding in growth there in the work you're doing, Jim. Congratulations. Yeah, that's right, Ed. He's the king. Jim, you're the king in the Northeast now. Mark, not trying to be any offense, but Jim with Ford is really knocking it out of the park.
No, again, a lot of the inspiration and willing to do this is from Ed and Mark themselves, just from watching and learning and listening to their success stories. And, as I said in the past, I have a lot of history, a lot of years with Mark. I see what he did with the Mercedes and obviously getting to know Ed over the last, 6-8 months or so is just nothing pure, just amazing what he's done and how many units are incoming throughout 2024, what he's going to be rolling out. So, we're going to be approaching in the next 30 days. We should have about 12 units across our 4 stores out on the road, servicing our customers every single day. So it's great. It's gotten a lot of traction. We took a lot of the momentum from 2023 and we're rolling into 24. We're a month in. And all indicators are in the right direction. Proof of concept is over. This works. It's definitely not a test period or a trial. We've built out, a staff internally, as everyone knows. You need to have that for setting up the appointments and mobile service coordinator, and then kudos to Ed for hiring Jeremy. And I truly believe that's a win for both sides of the fence. He's with an amazing organization, and they
they landed an amazing, talented leader to head up the remote experience. And I love that, Ed. I love that you're turning that, you're kind of flipping the script on that and making a remote experience across the board for sales and service alike. So that should be really, really successful for you guys down there. And that's it. Listen, every day it's a learning curve, and we're booking retail and fleets alike. The big emphasis we're going to go for 2024 is an awareness campaign, an advertising campaign to let everyone know that this exists. It's still in the early stages. People still don't see it and know about it. So we're really, really pushing hard this year to identify the services that we offer remotely. And that's what really we believe is going to really launch us into a next level.
Wow. Matt, it's just fascinating to sit back and listen to Ed and Mark and Jim and how the growth on this is all rolling out. Matt, who would have thought? And the work you're doing there at myKaarma is very vital to all this as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, a lot of the focus on what we're doing right now is making sure the tools that we're offering work in all different environments, right? So, our check-in solution is mobile, right? So it's on a phone. You don't have to have a tablet. You can do it anywhere. Check them in their driveway. We're getting ready to roll out our multiple inspection workflows with our video MPI tool. So we know that there's different workflow. You have a different workflow, gentlemen, when you're doing mobile service sometimes than you do when you're in the shop. And so we want to be able to create those type of workflows right there, built automatically out there as well. And of course, we're getting ready to do some service outbound marketing. We're getting ready to launch at ADA. So I smiled and he said, hey, we got to get the word out about these type of things. Well, yeah, absolutely. And Ted, I've got a question for this group, though. We do a lot with BDCs as well, right? And, I always think of, my mind goes back to McDonald's, right? What do they always ask every time they take an order with that, Would you like fries with that? Yeah. Right? They conclude they ask for the sale on those things. I'm just curious with you guys, have you thought about doing those type of things where you presume the mobile service, when you're booking an appointment or the advisor's taking the call? How's that interactions happening with customers to get the word out?
I'll take that. It's a cornerstone of our program is the 90% preparation before you even start to offer mobile service. And the cornerstone of our program is scheduling and BDC involvement, or just if you don't have a BDC, someone that's going to be responsible for the schedule. And one of the cornerstones of what we offer is having, mobile be an option, inbound or outbound calling, as well as anything that you can do on an express basis or a small repair shop basis to be able to offer a similar appointment on a mobile service basis. So part of what we really want to do is give the client some choices. And if mobile service is a choice, it gets selected. A lot of people don't realize through awareness that you actually even do mobile service. And again, one of the things that we do in preparation with our dealers is to make sure the entire dealership is on board, starting in the sales department, F&I department, with the salespeople to make sure that, you're offering something maybe that somebody else isn't, and it might lead to a sale, right? If you tell people that, mobile service is part of what you do. So to your statement, Matt, having a solution like myKaarma to build schedules that BDC people can fill unabated, not having to worry about the type of appointment that they offer, just knowing what's available, knowing what the menu is, and then being able to offer it to client without asking anybody permission is really the biggest cornerstone of what we offer from the luxury brand side.
Well, Mark, you said something that goes back to Fixed Ops 101, right? You said it starts in the sales department. Right? Yes. The first service appointment comes from the sales department, or it should at least, right?
Yes. Well, we want everything to lead to the next sale, right? That's why we're all in business. If you don't sell new cars, you're not in business. So, this is a really good add to a sales department. And that's where the awareness starts. I don't know of any of our dealers that have run some, a campaign that costs thousands of dollars to make people aware that they do mobile service. It's much better done. I think Ed and Jim would agree with this, that it's much better done on an organic basis with your current client base and then moving forward, right?
Yeah, I agree with that, Mark. Yeah.
Ed, what would you want to add on that?
One of the things that it does for us, you got to prep for it. One of the things that allows us to do is showing. And if we're prepared for that visit, like Mark talked about, when you're showing, there's no question of whether they buy it. It's their vehicle. It's in their possession. You didn't take it away from them. You're not trying to hide something from them. And so preparation is key. So that does start in the BDC. And it talks with everybody talking about it from the sales floor throughout of what we can do with it. But keep it in terms of being visual. And when you see something, you believe it. And when it's their vehicle and they see something come out of it that you're prepared to do something about, they're there with open arms. And that gives us all the opportunity in the world to keep the transparency there.
Ed, you talk about transparency a whole lot, and also reducing the friction points, making it easy, making it convenient. And I would imagine 2024 is going to be much of the same, making this super convenient and easy for the customer to do business with you.
Man, I'm super excited about what we have in store for 2024 when it comes to remote services and getting all these vans out there going and preparing our shop to be more efficient because we've prepared the repair as it comes in. We've already diagnosed it. We've already had the part here. There's so much that we can tie together. And then when you add the elements of convenience where we'll pick up the vehicle, we'll go to it, we'll diagnose it, we'll do whatever. And it doesn't disrupt our customers' day. And it gives them all their time back that they would have had to spend or take the day off or take half a day off to go do. We're super excited about what that's going to do for us long term. And the industry has had a little bit of a tough time embracing what mobile can do. Well, does it work for us? With all the elements that we plan to dump into it this year, I hope that it sheds light on, if you just pick up one or two of them, how much it can do for you. And so we're super, super excited with what we have rolling into 24. We're a month into it right now, and Jeremy's doing a great job. And I can't wait for tomorrow. Every day I wake up, I can't wait.
So Ed, while we're on that topic, Jim Sabino has said over several of these panels that a lot of folks are not aware of all the things that go on behind the scenes to make this type of service successful at the dealership. So you brought in Jeremy Stevens. Tell us, what kind of things is Jeremy Stevens going to be working on? I realize that may morph over time, but what are some of the basics that dealerships will need to be aware of moving further into this type of mobile application?
Well, one of Jeremy's deal is obviously build a team, but not just build a team that understands and embraces the culture that we have here. And he was a perfect fit into that. And so when you fit in, you understand what it takes to continue to cultivate it and continue to grow it. So it's identifying the right people to build those teams with, and then find ways to make it efficient. Because as we set out and as we do something that nobody's ever done before, we say, okay, well, how do we dispatch it? Well, we don't know. We got to figure it out. Well, how do we do this? Well, I don't know. We got to figure it out. And rather than, well, you can't do that because of this. No, it's, hey, nobody's done this before. Let's figure it out. Let's make it what we want to make it. And then when guys like Jim is out there making things happen, he stumbles across something because he took a different direction. And we say, hey, what Jim's doing is working better than what we're doing. And then Jim and I can share different ideas, and we both grow from that. And when we do that, we all win.
Jim, are you doing the same types of things, in terms of building this out? Because that's double the growth, okay, of what we talked about just a few months ago, of where you're headed right now at your dealerships.
Correct, Ted. So again, building this out is something that's never been done, right? So there's no playbook to it. So you're not making it up as you go, but you're finding what works and you're going with it. If you do something that doesn't work, you got to stop, reevaluate, and go left instead of going right. So yes, in the beginning when we first got into this, we there's no question about it. We hit some hiccups and we had some issues and we did things wrong and we corrected. We learned from our mistakes, right? The best teacher is doing it. So we've crafted a method now that works properly. We've building out these different trucks and a lot of it honestly is between Mark and Ed with all their knowledge that they've spoken about. I've talked to Mark privately outside of the roundtable and I'm getting to know Ed a little better now. And a lot of times I was listening to his broadcasts and his panels on the mobile service. And, he's a big guy. He promotes a lot on LinkedIn and social media networks. So that's always brings a lot to it. And then there's a lot of, partners like Matt and at myKaarma, what they bring and the tools that they bring to help you assist get this up and running efficiently and correctly. So your communications from the dealership to the customer is seamless, and because that's so important. When those trucks are off site, you have to rely on communication, whether it's a cell phone or an app that allows payment to be taken, all kinds. So there is a lot. And learning is learning by your mistake is the best teacher. We've corrected it, and we have a plan B for bad weather, right? There's been many times where our trucks had to get parked due to either snow or to heavy rains. So that's it. You have a plan B. Without a plan B, you're going to waste a day and disappoint a lot of people, and it gets very expensive. So we've done a really good job internally working this out with the team behind the scenes, what I call behind the curtains, right? Your drivers, the operators of those trucks are your customer-facing employees. Those are the people that make the difference. But they don't exist without the team behind the curtain putting all the parts together. So that's how we do it here. That's how we've learned.
And Jim, you told me something offline a few weeks ago
Sure.
that even I had not considered, is that when you send out this team in the vans, that you've got to be prepared for unforeseen things that may happen, okay? Such as oil spills and things like that. And there's certain requirements for that team. Do you want to speak to us a little bit about that? Because I don't think we've addressed that before on the roundtable.
Sure. So of course, like everyone knows, I'm sure, like Ed and Mark, that we have to have OSHA certified. They have to take OSHA tests. So in the event of an oil spill or any type of chemical spill, we have oil containment kits on the truck, absorbent things. So that all has to be taken care of. And every technician that's on those trucks has to go through an OSHA training course. And there's a certificate in the truck to prove that he's a certified guy in the event of a spill or any type of a hazardous material issue on the road. So that's a lot of things that people don't understand, that it's just more than just driving to somebody's house and changing their oil. There's a lot that training, testing, and certifications that have to be done prior to those trucks. Because if you get caught, if you get pulled over for whatever reason and you don't have the proper documents and the oil containment, the fines are pretty hefty. So do the right thing. Get your guys, all your mobile service operators, OSHA certified, have the certificates in the truck, and make sure that your oil containment are all on board, ready to go in the event of a spill or any type of emergency. Always. Safety is always first and foremost, safety.
Ed, do you want to add to that also in case of something unforeseen, why you have multiple people in that truck?
Preparation is key. And it's having the guys train. It's repair cleanup, because like Jim said, if you don't make mistakes, you're not doing anything. And there's a lot of truth to that. And so, yes, we could put down a tarp, but then we got to move that tarp. And what if it rolls off of that? So it's learning how to prevent there from being issues. And so there's all kinds of different things that, hey, we've learned along the way. And have we made mistakes? Yes. And we're going to make some more, but we're going to learn from them. But preparation is key. And having the guys trained, don't overload the trucks. Don't put more weight out there than what it's. There's guidelines for a reason, and just take the ball and run with it, and prepare your team, educate them, and learn from the mishaps. And when you do that, we all keep moving forward.
Mark, this has come such a long way. Jim Sabino has told me the story how in the early days you physically built out you created these mobile units. Okay, you did all the legwork in figuring out how to configure these trucks, how to put together. Mark, do you want to just speak to us a little bit about that, because it seems like a long time ago, but it's really where a lot of this stuff grew legs.
It really was a long time ago, but along the way, as far as making mistakes go, I ordered a van late 2018. Sent it to an upfitter, thought I was getting it the way I wanted it. And it arrived, and the first 2 weeks I had it in service, I realized I completely built it wrong. for what we were trying to improve our service on. And one of the biggest problems I had up in New Jersey, where Jim's dealership is potholes. So my biggest challenge every day was 15 to 20 cars that had flat tires or bent rims, etc. And I realized early on that I needed a mobile tire truck more than I needed anything else. So we physically built our second truck with a used high top Sprinter, and we purchased the equipment from Hunter and built it out the right way. And then from there we rolled and we built two more ourselves. Good thing from that experience is now, I've been able to work with a couple upfitters that we work with really closely with on our program. And it's really gone a long way to have upfitters now that have really advanced what they do and have really taken into account things like oil containment and dispensing and being a lot more safer with that and building the technology into the trucks that we have now and really, tire equipment, proper jack stands and things of that nature. The trucks that are out there now that we've built in 2023 with our upfitters are, they're starships compared to what I was building and working with 5-6 years ago. But it's all for good. The advancements are good, and it's just going to help new dealers getting into it, avoid some of the pitfalls that we had to experience in order to advance this thing a little bit.
Yeah, Ted, I've got a quick question for these guys. As these fleets are growing and growing, and Mark, you're talking about upfitting and designing these. Do you see the fleets always staying like every truck is a carbon copy of the previous truck? They're all built the same, or do you see specializations? To Mark's point, I need tire trucks. And by the way, Mark, I used to live in New Jersey, and out at the Menlo Park Mall, I got 2 flat tires one day on the same pothole. So I could have used that. I could have used that truck. But yeah, I'm curious, guys. Is there specialization opportunities here going forward with these trucks?
Yeah, I think that's what we've been really, Jim and Ed especially have been mentioning, and part of our program platform is, you don't want to send to me, your route trucks, the people, the trucks that can go out and do full service need to be routed every day. They need to have a trip. Going back to our trip value, philosophy, those vehicles need to go where they're going every day, have a specific workload that they're going to accomplish in order to make that profitable. But yeah, specialty vehicles for programming, small repairs, installing SOP parts, doing programming, recalls. I think you can have different types and should have different types of vehicles in your fleet to be nimble. I like being nimble inside of our area of responsibility, where you're going to get the calls in the morning that say, I have a flat tire, or I have a dead battery, or I locked my keys in my car. And maybe, you don't want to be sending a, full-size, tire capable oil service truck to do that work if you don't have to. Right. So yeah, I think, specifically having different vehicles, I think really helps grow your business more than anything.
Jim, why does New Jersey get such a bad rap with all these potholes, Jim?
I don't know. It's the tire capital of the world here in New Jersey. It must be these bad winters, Ted. I don't know.
It is severe. Ed, while we're on that subject, lightning round, what do you see coming up in the next year that we need to be aware of? 30 seconds or less. We'll start with Ed Roberts, bring it over to Mark Mickens, then Matt Bateman, and have Jim Sabino bring it home for our audience watching today.
It's meeting customers on their terms. Don't force them through the process that they've told us for years that they don't like. If try something, it doesn't matter what it is. Try something different than what you have tried with an obstacle that you're facing, and you will see a promising outcome. And for us, customers don't want to come to these stores. Even though I think this is the coolest store on the planet, they still don't want to come here. So I'm going to do my best to prevent it. And that's what we choose to work on.
And it's also hashtag BTOP, best team on the planet, Ed. So appreciate
Absolutely.
You and all you do. Mark Mickens, what should we be aware of moving into 2024?
Earlier this month, there's 1.2 million recalls announced across a large amount of OEMs, putting a number of recalls of cars out there with recalls right now, somewhere around 30 million. Our statistics that we researched tell us that 72% of those recalls can be done on a mobile basis. So, there are grounds for growing this. I do think people should be aware of the growing market of independent mobile service dealers that are out there that continues to grow. It's not slowing up. It's getting bigger. And, it's the next level of Jiffy Lube that, took some of our business years ago. We should try to prevent it happening and keep our customers.
Well said, Mark Mickens. Matt Bateman.
Yeah, I think last year the average price of a new car crested over almost $49,000 for the average car, not the fancy cars, Mark, right? The average car. And with that comes high expectations from our customers, right? And it's got to be, like this team's been talking about this whole call. You've got to set the right expectations. You've got to offer the right services. You've got to let them know when you're coming. Let them know when you're on the way. Let them know when it's done. Make it easy to actually do this transaction in their driveway. You've gone all the way. Make sure you don't drop the ball at the last minute on there. Follow up with these people, right? I mean, the expectation, I can't get that out of my head. The average new car is over $48,000, and this group right here gets it. What type of services do you expect to go with a $48,000 car? I do want you to come to my house, and I do want to be able to pay remotely, and I do want you to get the oil change done here, and I want you to take all the mess away. So I think the expectations just keep going up, Ted.
Well said. Jim Sabino, bring it home.
All right. So Matt, thank you for you and myKaarma for this panel. This is a great. I always enjoy this panel. There's some great, talented guys on this. And it's a great topic to talk about. So, in order back to the word convenient. That's what this whole remote experience is about. Ed's taking it to a whole nother level with bringing out sales and kind of rebranding the mobile service now into the front of the store versus the back of the store. Mark talking about the different levels of vans, and there are, and Matt, you asked the question, and Mark answered it very good. There are different levels of vans. You have, tire trucks, you have full service trucks, including oil changes and everything else. And then you have the specialty trucks that kind of just equipped to do the quick little recalls, the reprogramming and things like that, where you don't need the big oil rigs and it's a smaller truck, smaller payload. And the liability is less because you really, if you're out in a smaller truck without the oil, you don't need all the OSHA certification because there's no chemicals on board to spill or possibly contain. So that's a good easy in and out. Overall, listen, thanks to the beginning pioneers of the mobile service making the mistakes, you basically paved the road for everyone getting into it now for 2024. You worked all the bugs and the kinks out. So, there's a lot of people to say thank you to you guys who in the beginning, I mean, Ed, I think it's at least 3 years you're doing this now, at least you've had vans on the street.
With branded trucks since 19, yes.
Okay. So that's a lot of work that you've done, that the dealers just getting into it now, the 2024 that are signing up for Ford Pro that has to, guarantee 5 trucks and all the other aftermarket people that I seen Goodyear out there and some other stores out there with mobile trucks doing tires. And, the field's going to get crowded. So we need to really establish ourselves very, very well as a convenient, reputable service as this pool gets crowded. So thank you to everyone. This is a great panel, great information, and mobile service is here to stay for sure, 100%.
See, Jim, I've learned to come to you for the recap now on all the panels, so you do it so well. I want to thank myKaarma for hosting this panel, myKaarma Mobile Service Panel, Matt Bateman, Vice President of Marketing. Very grateful to you. Jim Sabino, All-American Ford in Northern New Jersey. Thank you for all you do. Mark Mickens, when he talks about the pioneers, I guess he's talking about you and Ed, and I guess we'll be able to add Jim to that as well, Mark. But thank you for all you do at ES3.
Thank you.
For the industry. Great name, great dealer. And Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln. Thank you, my friend, for all you do for the industry. Everybody, the myKaarma Mobile Service Panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
myKaarma. Everything fixed ops in one place. The first truly unified solution for fixed operations. A comprehensive suite of key applications, deeply integrated with software and DMS providers, and open APIs that offer unprecedented opportunities for dealerships to build custom solutions. myKaarma, a proven name with over $21 billion in payments processed, 423 million text messages transmitted, and over 9.5 million videos recorded. myKaarma users enjoy an average 16% lift in RO dollars. And innovative solutions like our Advanced Scheduler Plus and Service Cart Video MPI transform the service experience. myKaarma. Find out more at NADA booth 2170W.
Take a moment now to pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the best practice awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts. Help influence who will have a seat at the round table by voting for the 5 speakers or panelists who you think are the knights in shining armor. And don't forget, you can only vote once. They are taking the world by storm. Let's learn what CDK Global is focused on this year in our next segment.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It's a great honor to welcome our friends from CDK Global. We have with us today returning Barb Edson, great friend of the retail community. Barb is the Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer at CDK. And joining us today is Jaya Dhameja, who's the Vice President of Product Management. Barb and Jaya, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Great to be here. Great to see you again.
Very good.
Thank you, Ted.
And Jaya, nice to meet you as well. So heard a lot of good things. Barb, it's been a couple months since you've been on the roundtable, but CDK has a lot going on. I know you're going to share some of that with us today with Jaya. And what an exciting time, ladies, to be in our industry, right? I mean, so much happening. I can't think of anything, anytime more interesting than where we are right now. What do you say?
Absolutely. Totally agree. And particularly in the fixed ops industry, which Jaya is an expert in. So excited to have her joining me.
Well, before we dive into fixed ops, let me ask you, here we are, the end of January. We're about 4 weeks into the year and looking out over the next 11 months. NADA is coming up at the end of the week. I know you folks will be there. You'll be there in a big way. It'd be hard to miss CDK Global. That's always a big moment for our industry. What is CDK Global focused on in 2024 this year?
Yeah, a little scary that it's only a week away, but we're ready. So we're absolutely, our biggest message we want our audience to hear, Ted, is that we've listened and we're delivering. We really take pride in listening to our dealers. And part of that listening is doing research. And in that research, what we've heard from our dealers, we talked a little bit about this last time we chatted, but that they're so focused on providing that great consumer experience across the board, and particularly in service, as well as in the front sort of process of selling the car. But unfortunately, as an industry, we're failing consumers on this. So we've really listened to that feedback. And as your audience knows, we launched a new platform, the CDK Dealership Experience Platform, which really is a unified platform to create that seamless consumer experience across all areas of the dealership. We are incredibly excited to share with you that we've got over 500 dealers already adopting the Dealership Experience Platform. So just in a few short months, wow, they're just incredibly excited and they're adopting this at record pace. So we're going to focus on that at NADA. We're going to talk about a lot of great new innovation going into that platform. innovation in the areas of user experience, which you've seen us already launch in the market across several of the workflows within the dealership. We're also going to drill into AI and the responsible use of AI. It's a buzzword, right? Everyone's talking about AI, but I'm carefully saying the responsible use of AI because we don't want to just throw out technology for technology's sake. It really has to help enhance that consumer experience, right? It has to drive personalization. So we're going to be doing things, and Jay is going to talk about some of the stuff in service, things like virtual assistant, enhancing predictive service, those types of things. And then our last area of big focus at NADA is going to be debuting our intelligence suite, which is an advanced analytics tool that not only is going to allow enterprise reporting, but it's also going to be able to provide dealers insights to predict where they can invest for better performance. So really that predictive analytics. So those are kind of those three big focus areas. Further, talking about the dealership experience platform, driving more of that adoption, new innovations, particularly in the area of AI, user experience, and then again, that intelligence suite.
All right. Love it, Barb. Yeah, there's a lot of focus this year and big focus on making it easy for the consumer, reducing all the friction points and meeting the customer we're hearing on their terms. Jay, I want to ask you a little bit about the fixed operations space. What are you most excited about for 2024?
Yeah, thanks, Ted. It's great to be here. It's been an exciting year for us at CDK for all things innovation. I personally, as a leader of the fixed op space, I'm really proud of what our teams have been able to deliver. But just going back to Barb's point on listening to our customers, we have been out on the road last year meeting with several dealers, going to their service departments, talking to the different folks on the jobs that they're doing, answering phone calls just to be able to experience what a BDC agent and a service advisor has to do. It has been an exciting, busy year for us. And a lot of the innovation that we will be showcasing at NADA, and I've really brought in the product last year. It's purposeful to bring impact to the most impactful workflows. That's how I would describe it at best. We launched our new scheduler about 2 quarters ago. We quickly took it out to about 3,000 customers in a very short amount of time. The new capacity view, which essentially provides a BDC agent with the ability to better load the shop quickly, effectively, while providing a better customer experience, really comes from going out there, visiting the BDC centers, the call centers that our dealers have set up, and seeing some of the challenges and the friction points that they had. So a lot of what you see in the product is coming from having been out there visiting, listening, hearing some of their frustrations, and really finding opportunities that can help us grow quickly. With our new Inspect module that we rolled out to our customers over the last year, we've really streamlined the workflows during the inspection process. We've taken a lot of rich texting, video capabilities, real-time reporting on how videos are being viewed, payments. We've essentially looked at these workflows with purpose, with intent, to see where all we can make it easier for the service advisor to be able to communicate with the customers. We've also extended our workflows in our Inspect module with booking and cashiering capabilities. We heard from our dealers several times that they had a portion of the workflow that they were doing in our fixed op solution, but then they had to go back to our DMS. We've said no more swivel chair. We're essentially bringing you those as rich augmented workflows within our fixed op solution.
It's so important right now. First of all, I greatly appreciate the difficulty of walking in the service advisor or the BDC agent shoes. They handle so many customer situations in the course of the day. But you're right. Those videos from the technicians and the advisors back to the customer to get that quick approval in a matter of minutes, the dealers really like that, and they really like what's happening. So I'm glad you're you're working on that, Jaya. That's a big part now. It seems that fixed operations is using all the tools on that customer's cell phone, to a great advantage in helping the customer in making
Yeah,
decisions.
absolutely, Ted. And we're really excited at this NADA. We will be showcasing our AI offerings. And our AI offerings, two that I want to highlight, and across the board at CDK, we're doing a lot around AI, but specifically in fixed ops, with our Service View offering, we are adding rich AI capabilities that will allow dealers to elevate every interaction with their customer. It includes things like translation, noise cancellation in videos, subtitles, Text Pro, which essentially converts text into professional answers, smart replies. So there's a lot of richness that we're bringing in the communication that we know that a customer truly expects now out of a service department. The other one that I'm personally excited about is our AI virtual assistant. Barb briefly mentioned of it earlier. Our AI virtual assistant will let you schedule an appointment, check on the status of a vehicle, edit or update an appointment with our AI concierge, which is always available 24/7, never sick. Speaks 42 languages, which is super exciting to see that. It also toggles back and forth between languages in the same conversation seamlessly. It remembers customer preferences such as call me Kim, not Kimberly. Don't know how it will do with Indian names, but again, it's just a lot of richness that we're bringing into our capability set. Also think it's very important that we know that the live agent and conversations are very critical. So if a customer says, I have an engine that is smoking, we know that you want to send it to a live agent right away and not try to direct it through the conversational piece in the AI. So just a lot of continuous innovation throughout the workflows in our fixed ops solution is what you can expect to see at this NADA and beyond.
It's an exciting time for fixed operations, an exciting time for dealers. Barb, your team always does great research. Are there any new insights that you've uncovered that our viewers might be interested in learning about?
Well, the Service Shopper 3.0, which I know this audience has seen the Service Shopper 1.0 and 2.0, that research is hot off the press. And so next week at NADA, you can stop by and pick up a copy of it. We'll also provide Ted a link to it so you can download it. It's interesting what Jaya just said about all the great technology and how that can help the service department. More dealers need to be implementing that technology because although good news from the Service Shopper 3.0 study is that, satisfaction is going up, whereas last year it was going down in the overall service arena. It's just a little bit up for franchise for the dealerships, is going up a lot more for the independents. So we got to keep track of that for those franchise dealerships. What we're seeing, unfortunately, is that consumers aren't getting those texts, the video, things like that virtual assistant that Jaya talked about would be so helpful to dealers. So a lot of the statistics show that where technology can help enable that consumer experience, the average dealership isn't putting that into play yet. And it's actually driving, this is a little bit of a scary statistic, it's driving more people to say, I would not go to a dealership, I'd go independent. So that actually increased from 37 to 47. That's not the direction we want it to go. So really these technologies, you don't want to just implement technology for technology's sake, but these are critical. These are pragmatic, good investments to increase. It's not just increasing customer experience for those you already have. It's going to bring more people in to the dealership and increase revenue profitability overall, because we know that the service department is so critical to overall profitability. And I guess I want to do one more plug for, a lot of this audience knows Kim Saylor, who's the head of our marketing for fixed operations at CDK. She's actually going to be showcasing our EV Service Shopper research. And that's going to be a workshop that people can attend. That is a collaboration with ASC, which is an education foundation. And so that's just a workshop, but it will really leverage a lot of our EV shopper service research. So we'll get a link out to that as well, but would encourage you to stop by the booth, pick that up, the Service Shopper 3.0 or the EV research, and go see Mrs. Saylor and her great presentation during the workshops that NADA helps put on.
Exciting times. And I would agree with you. The technologies that you're both mentioning are things that the customers are coming to expect, and they want to see consistently. If they don't see them all the time, they expect that from their dealers. So great that CDK Global is ahead of the curve, Barb and Jaya, and helping dealers to provide all that. So on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we look forward to seeing you at NADA starting, I believe it's on February 1st, if I'm not mistaken. And I know CDK will have a great presence there, as you always do. Everybody, and if you're not going to CDK for some reason, or not going to NADA, you can stop by cdkglobal.com and see what everything that they have going on. So on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Barb, Edson, and Jaya, Dhameja, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Great to be here, Ted.
All right. Life is about connection. Having a support system to lean on. And roads to endless possibility.
Come on.
At every turn, guiding the way, we are building the connections that move you.
We are over the moon for our next speaker. It's none other than Owen Moon from TradePending.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We are here now with the biggest name in fixed ops digital. It is Owen Moon of TradePending, which recently acquired Fixed Ops Digital. Owen, congratulations and welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks, Ted. I appreciate it. Glad to be back. It's a new year, a new season of Fixed Ops Roundtables, and I couldn't be more excited to be here. So thanks for having me. Excited to have you. I saw a little preview of what you have in store for the audience today. So with that, I'm going to turn everything over to you because I know you can't wait to get into it. Yeah, appreciate it. Well, obviously I've been doing a lot of sessions for you for these different roundtables and stuff. And sometimes we do, panels and we bring in some great experts and really talk about some different things. And then other times when I feel like it's kind of a good timing, I do sessions like this. So I thought kicking off the new year, obviously we're at the end of January. I think it'd be really good just to kind of talk a little bit about kind of where we're at, right? Everyone has a reset. Let's talk about it. And, really from my angle is, what does it look like from an online service marketing opportunity? And then really how to turn your dealership into a service marketing machine. I think that's something that obviously we've really championed over the last 5 years prior to, being acquired by TradePending. And I don't see that mission slowing down anytime soon. So as you mentioned, I am a director over at TradePending, was also the former CEO and co-founder of Fixed Ops Digital. And so you can have my contact information there if anybody wants to reach out to me directly. Definitely you can find me all over social media, that type of thing. So if you look at TradePending right now, obviously they're growing, right? It has a couple key acquisitions last year, one of them being SnapCell, which is a video platform, and then obviously Fixed Ops Digital. So it really kind of completes the whole product suite for them. They were really big with a lot of variable products to help consumers and dealerships connect with their trade tool, their payments tool, different things like that. Obviously, bringing SnapCell in, we now have video as an option to be able to help dealerships talk to consumers through video, both on the sales and on the service side. And then obviously with Fixed Ops Digital, we've got our service specials management software that helps us, give more information to consumers on the website, that type of thing. If you look at the state of the market, really is what I'm going to talk about, right? Some really great information came out recently. A lot of this was Cox Automotive, but some of it was also in other areas. So we kind of compiled it. I wanted to give you, just everyone kind of a snapshot, right? Couple of key things that stood out for me is that, America is sort of behind on service right now. It's really interesting where, 29% of people are actually past due on oil changes, and 44% of people are past due on tire rotations right now. So, this tells me that, as an industry, we have a lot of opportunity and we got to get in front of people. And so, today we're going to talk a little bit about some of those ways that we can do that. But this also tells me that consumers are falling behind a little bit, and we've got to make it easy for them to be able to get their special or their services, that they need on their vehicles. If you look at, kind of this holistically, dealership service departments, we're losing market share, but I think we're also losing trust. You can kind of see here from 2021, we were about 35% of all service visits inside the United States went to a franchise dealership. This last year, we actually dropped to 30%. And, it's really amazing to me because as we've sort of kicked that door down in 2018 and started, really putting a focus on, being more transparent and trying to build trust with dealers, we actually are losing trust as an industry. And I think part of that is just, we've had a lot of issues with personnel and turnover and different things like that. And so I feel like it's fixable, but, it's definitely something that, as a guy that's out there talking to dealerships every day, we definitely need to focus up. So somebody said to me one time, and I hear it a couple of times, is like, you want to know the health of your service department? Walk through your service center about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah, what does it look like, right? Is it a ghost town? Is it a ghost town? Is it, technicians cleaning up their tools, or are we backed up and are we busy and we're, trying to knock out those final appointments and repair orders before the end of the day. So, if you're looking at it, even if you're a marketing person and you want to really know kind of what opportunities we have, just meander back there about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I think you'll get your answer. So definitely, and that wasn't me, that was somebody else that had come up with that, has said something about that, and it really kind of hit home. So I wanted to make sure that I got that out to everybody else. So, so why has trust with franchise dealers eroded, right? There's a lot of different reasons why people return to the dealership. I think what really stood out to me here is that, we still have about a 54% of the consumers in this study that said that they trust the dealership. So I think that's good. Obviously you can kind of see, right, past experience, a good purchase experience, their vehicle was under warranty, under service contract, and then we had a really good introduction to the service department. I think where I look at this and the challenge I see is, look at how much we've dropped in a couple key areas since 2021, right? So we're down 8% in the dealership trust. We're down 4% in that they had a really good experience while they were at the dealership. And then we're down 5% in that we actually made that introduction, that sales to service handoff that we always talk about. Easily fixable, right? Easily things that sort of like, we're sort of, tripping over our own feet when it comes to that experience. And I think that's something that as an industry, we really got to tackle, whether it's a trainer or a fixed ops director, or just somebody that is in charge of working on processes and making sure that customers are getting taken care of the right way. Another thing that I thought was very interesting was the average vehicle has now gone over 13 years, right? That's interesting because as a marketer, I look at that as opportunities, right? We have all these different services that we want to help, with for customers. But if people are trading faster, we're not getting into those late ownership services. We're not getting into those tires and those brakes. Most of that is sort of being done after a customer trades. So the fact that the average vehicle on the road today is over 13 years means that it's opened up a whole opportunity for these additional services. And dealerships have to prepare for it. You know, some dealerships aren't necessarily set up to handle brake services and things like that just on a whim, right? I mean, yeah, we can do them, but is it something that that we've really put a focus on and maybe positioned our personnel and our staff and just our processes around? So something to kind of think about as you're trying to prepare for 2024 and kind of what you know, what I'm seeing out there in terms of you know, the age of vehicles, you know, on the road. You know, one interesting thing that popped up on one study that we were looking at was that for the first time in the study history, dealerships were not number one in the fact that we're not the most preferred service provider. General repair shops have sort of, you know, catapulted us here. You can kind of see up from, you know, it's really small, but it's moving the wrong direction. And I think that's the concern that I want to get out there, is that, you know, we are no longer the most preferred provider. And so that means that customers are definitely looking for other options. And so, you know, so that's obviously a you know, a problem. And then you look at and say, well, why is that? Like, what are the reasons, right? So the first thing is location. Obviously, there's a lot of general repair shops across the country. I always say that between churches, liquor stores, and general repair shops, it's got about every corner covered, right? So, so I think that's a big thing. Prior experience, obviously, is another reason. Cost, you know, obviously, I think the last Cox study that came out a couple of years ago said that people were really looking at cost and convenience as why they go to the independents. You can see that the dealer has an opportunity to sort of win the customer by vehicle knowledge, right? Knowing the vehicle, having the right equipment, different things like that. Convenience is another thing. And, you know, those are all, you know, big parts of what, you know, what we're talking about here is, you know, these are all issues with consumers and why we're losing that trust. So what are we going to do about it, right? And the old famous Twister Sister song, we're not going to take it, right? So what are we going to do about it? And I think that's why I'm excited about it. It's not so much that I'm obviously that all that data is kind of doom and gloom and you know, sort of negative, but you know, it also gives us opportunity. And I think that's where, you know, we really focus on this is, you know, what are some of the key elements of winning back that market share, right? And so I'm going to focus on a few. There's others, but the ones that I'm going to focus on are transparency, repair financing, helping people helps you, vehicle acquisition in the service lane, tell the world, and then obviously measure what's matters. So let's kind of run through these real quick. You know, I've been screaming from this for 5 years now. For all the love of all things holy, put service pricing on your website, right? Let's not be the $10 off coupon. Let's not be the 10% off coupon. Let's make sure that we're transparent, especially on more of those core services, those everyday services, things like that. You're doing a spend and save. You're doing a happy hour special. You're doing a winter special. That's where you get into some of the discounting and the packaging up and things like that. The other thing that, you know, you've heard me talk about several times, Ted, is focusing on all of the profit centers, right? General service, late ownership, tires, accessories. You know, I'll keep preaching this until I feel like we've gotten there. It's let's focus on more of these services, because when we lose tires, we lose the rest of their oil change and general maintenance business. When we lose tires, we lose the opportunity to upsell them to another vehicle down the road. So it's all connected, right? It's not just about, you know, getting some tire business, because a lot of dealerships don't make a lot of money on tires. It's what happens if you don't get that tire business and the long-term effects. So, so definitely focusing on all those profit centers, I think, is still very important in 2024. Another thing is using video, right? You know, I kind of mentioned a little bit that, you know, TradePending acquired SnapCell back in August. You know, it's because video is becoming a huge part of how we communicate, right? First off, seeing is believing, right? If a technician is out on a video showing things that are recommendations on your vehicle, customers are going to believe it and they're going to understand it more if they're actually showing you on video. It's also a better communication. You know, it's not just a put together email or a text message. It's actually, you know, kind of that audio one-on-one type of thing. And it's also built some relationships. You've got, you know, now you've got people that are real life, you know, in the flesh experts telling you, the consumer. So this video right here, I'm going to play it here real quick. It's just a quick video that a technician did, kind of showing some of the things that he recommends to that customer, and doing it through this our SnapCell platform.
Hello, my name is Justin. I'm a technician here at Midland Honda, currently taking a look at your Honda Odyssey. Got a few things to show you. So right here, your front rotor's got quite a bit of rust on it, on both sides there, and also along the inside here, and that's actually causing a pulsation. And this discoloring is actually causing that as well. So on the pad here, you can see that there are some heat cracks, and that actually fails the pad even though there's still a little bit of thickness left to it. On your rear brakes, you can see that there is rust as well along the inside here and there. And along with the outside, you can see there's this ridge that runs right along there, and that the rotor is actually bluish in tinge, and that is causing a pulsation, causing the rotor to fail. Brake pads here, they're a little thick. They're about 4 millimeters, and you can see there is a little bit of cracking right through here, and that's also causing that to fail as well. This side here, these pads should be able to come out free, and they don't. They are stuck in there. The other side was actually seized, and I had to use a hammer to hit them out. Right here is your tread depth. You're at 1.96 millimeters on your front right. That actually fails due to it not being 2 millimeters or more. This one here is at 2.5. That just barely passes. So I'm still going to recommend that you do tires as well, because right along here, this wear is not good for the vehicle at all. That's along even this left rear tire right here, and also on your right rear right here. Other than that, I'd like to thank you for servicing your vehicle at Midland Honda.
So they're just another example of a way to use video. Obviously, you've got to have some comfort level with your technicians and your service advisors and things like that. But I see this as becoming more and more a part of how dealerships are communicating to their customers.
Absolutely.
Let's talk a little bit about recalls. I know this is, I got a lot of info here. I'll focus on a few things, right? Recalls are huge right now. The average recall is $387. It's affecting about 55 to 60 million vehicles. That's a $21 billion potential revenue opportunity, right? It also is also part of that is that it helps us with a competitive advantage. The OEMs are the only option for the recall right now, right? So our franchise dealerships have that competitive advantage to be able to bring those consumers into the dealership to get that recall done. Again, if they're not doing normal maintenance, if they're not coming in for that ongoing maintenance with you, this is a great way to bring them into your store, right? It also brings in other opportunities for revenue. 75% increase. This is by a company called Recall Rabbit that just actually rebranded, but they had a report that came out that said there's a 75% increase in customer pay services during that recall appointment. So you might come in and get that recall done, and that's not going to cost you anything as a customer, but it's all the other recommendations that they feel like, hey, since I'm here and I'm already getting this recall done, let me handle these other services. So definitely a lot of great value in putting some recall emphasis on your business for 2024. Talk a little bit about, for us, it's all about keeping customers on your website to look for recalls as well. We have obviously a recall lookup widget in our platform, but it keeps you on the website. Repair financing. Let's talk a little bit about that. We know that consumers are struggling. They don't have money to complete these repair orders. In fact, less than 50% of all repair orders are actually completed. And so by offering repair financing, by advertising on your website, by making sure that customers are aware of this service, it closes that gap between turn down service and actually completing that service. So at the end of the day, I would say definitely make repair financing part of your process, and you'll see that you're going to drastically increase that customer pay opportunity. Vehicle acquisition, I won't touch on this too much, but obviously, it's harder to get vehicles. We know that the auctions are expensive. Let's have your dealership figure out a better way to acquire some of those vehicles in the service lane. This can be done through service. Somebody has a $3,000 repair that they need to get done. Let's use a process to actually get that customer to maybe trade up. Now, that might affect us from a customer pay standpoint today, but it's going to get a customer back in with a new vehicle. We're also going to get that internal work. So at the end of the day, it is still a team effort here when it comes to vehicle acquisition in the service lane. And then tell the world, right? Once you kind of build the foundation, there's a lot of great ways that you can get out and talk to people. Paid and organic posts, having fun with video, plain text emails. I know everybody wants to put all these images and movement and all that stuff on your emails. Sometimes it's better just to have a plain text email explaining what you want to tell them. And that way, you're going to get through spam filters and all that. And then obviously utilizing Google Business Profile, which is a great asset for dealerships right now to get information in front of consumers. So I got to show you guys some more video. This is a fun one that Matthew Davis, our marketing director, put together just to let customers know that they need some tires before heading on that Christmas trip. So here's that video.
Smell that? Better than that heady, piney aroma from a Fraser fir. That's the smell of new rubber on the new set of tires that you probably need before heading over the river and through the woods of Grandma's house you go. We got great specials on tires, tire rotations, oil changes. Let us get you set up for the holiday season. We'll see you down here at TradePending Dealership. Check out the landing page for specials.
Cool. So, Matt, not everybody has a Matt Davis to keep things light, but there are some good people in your dealership that I'm sure have grown up in the video world and would love to take part of that. I've seen more and more internal employees taking advantage of video, both on the sales, obviously, and on the service side. And the last thing I'm going to say, and I'll kind of end it with this, is that let's focus on not just marketing and not just promoting on your website, but let's try to figure out the best ways to make that connection to your dealership, right? So we really focus on the 4 key actionable engagements, we call it, that we feel really create those revenue opportunities. Scheduling service, obviously that direct connection with your online scheduler. Click to call, connecting you with your customers with your service BDC. More and more dealerships I talk to are investing in service BDCs, which is great. Let's keep them busy, right? And then there's a couple other ways that we can connect with dealerships through our platform, where if somebody wants to save their offers to their phone or get a recall lookup, obviously that contact information will then go to our dealerships to be able to do some outreach and that type of thing. So, really, with that, Ted, I'm going to kind of push it back to you. 2024 is definitely the year of online service marketing. Yeah. I feel like it's evolving. And I feel like dealers are really starting to embrace it more than I've ever seen in the past. And, we're really proud of the fact that we sort of kicked that door down 5 years ago, really grew through all this. And now obviously being part of the TradePending family, it gives us so many more resources and opportunities to talk to dealers, throughout the country. And I'm just excited for a big year. So with that, I'm going to kind of turn it back to you. There's my contact information if anybody needs it again. But Ted, back to you, sir.
I got to get used to saying that. Owen Moon at TradePending. And you're right. This is the year, the breakout year for fixed ops, everybody. Owen Moon is the leader. You see his contact information up here at TradePending. Oh, and end of the week, are you going to be out in Las Vegas?
Yeah, heading out to at ADA. We've got a couple booths. We'll have our Fixed Ops Digital booth in the North Hall. And then obviously TradePending has, we have our booth in the West Hall with TradePending. So feel free to stop by either booth. We'll have different people from both the sales side and the Fixed Ops side at both booths. And, one of the things that we really are working on is sort of that integration between everything. And, that's a work in progress, obviously, but a lot of really, really smart people in the TradePending organization that, now my team has rolled into with the different departments and things like that. So overall, I couldn't be happier, Ted. And, 2024 is going to be a big year. There's going to be some challenges, but I think we're ready for the challenge, right? Dealers, I always say dealers are resourceful and they're relentless. And there's no difference today. So.
Yeah, very good. Very descriptive. I like that. That describes you too, Owen, and your team there. Owen Moon, everybody, helps so many dealers here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And it's time at the beginning of the year now to, as he said, wipe the slate clean and look at what we need to do in fixed ops. So Owen Moon, everybody, TradePending here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hi, this is Owen Moon with TradePending, which recently acquired Fixed Ops Digital. Did you know franchise dealerships actually lost market share to the independents in 2023 compared to the previous year? Why? It's simple. Customers are losing trust. But this also creates opportunity to rethink how your dealership communicates with your service customers, both on your website and inside the service lane. Look, I know there's a lot of options out there, but we'd love to talk to you and show you why we think we're the best choice when it comes to helping you grow your service department. Good luck to a great 2024.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the StarGuard dealer-branded app customer retention tool. This retention program provides connectivity between the dealership and the customers. Let's get started by showcasing the app's features. The first of which is support services. Having a contact card easily accessible to the customer provides them with a variety of options to contact the dealership directly. Also on the main page of the app is a direct link to the customer's OEM warranty information along with all products that were sold through F&I. Reviewing maintenance schedules and scheduling an appointment is also made easy by providing the customer with a direct link through the main dashboard should they need it. Another feature available to the customer is a resource called Glovey, a secure digital wallet that they can utilize to store information and images of important documents such as their driver's license, registration, or insurance card to always have readily available. And to showcase the dealership's positive impact on its community while generating additional marketing opportunities. Having an integrated link dedicated to the dealership's socials, such as Facebook and Instagram, further encourages customer connectivity before and after the sale. And to ensure that customers are always kept apprised of ongoing sales and specials, providing them with direct links to the dealership's website through the app as well as notifications generates additional marketing transparency for the customer to take advantage of. Also, since customers often have multiple sources in which they have acquired coverages and warranties, the service advisor can quickly scan their VIN, and within moments, all applicable information will automatically populate by using the VIN scan tool, a reliable resource to negate negative CSI and eliminate confusion. Lastly, the dealer-branded app allows the customer to utilize StarGuard's GPS through the same portal. This includes features such as real-time vehicle location and travel history, geofencing, stolen vehicle recovery, and even vehicle health alerts such as battery health, speed, and mileage alerts, helpful in notifying the customer of when it's time to schedule their next service appointment. All of this and much more will be available for both customer and dealership representatives to further provide unparalleled customer service, promote long-lasting customer loyalty, and even more solidify the professionalism you stand behind.
Join us in the town square for our next segment, featuring Brooke AI and X Time with Tiffany Peeler and Skylar Chadwick.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Want to welcome to the roundtable Tiffany Peeler from Brook.ai and our friend Skylar Chadwick from Cox Automotive. We're going to talk today a little bit about the integration of Brook.ai and X-Time. And Tiffany and Skylar, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Hey, Ted. Thanks for having us back.
Yep, Ted. It's a pleasure always to be here. It's exciting news we're going to share with the dealers today as well.
I'm pumped to be here with Skylar this time around.
I know. Hey, let me tell you, Skylar is like a superhero at this event. He's all over this event. So a lot of news, a lot of breaking news from Cox Automotive. So Tiffany, the integration that Brook.ai has with X-Time has been in the works for several, 2, 3 or more years. And it's really state of the art what you folks have got going. And I want to talk to both of you about that today, Tiffany.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here to discuss that, especially with Skylar here. I mean, this has been an integration that we've had in place now for 3.5 years. Time has been flying by, so it's been a blast. But when we started building out the digital voice technology, Cox reached out to us and they were interested. And we knew that in order for our application to function in the lane, we had to take into account how the store was scheduling, right? Like their scheduling policies, parameters, transportation options they offered, when they wanted to book their last diag, when to cut things off. And so, Xtime, in our opinion, is the premier scheduling tool in the space. And so being able to partner with them on how this technology worked together with their technology was super exciting and very important for us. Today, about 50% of the 560 rooftops using Brook are Xtime stores. And we have a pretty special relationship and a special integration. I mean, it just works seamlessly. Any change made in Xtime is seen immediately with Brook. And the beautiful part is being able to get the performance reports out of Xtime on how Brook is performing, and not just on appointments, but like overall impact. What's the increase in ROs, and is there an increase in dollars per with bringing the digital voice technology on board? So it's a really special integration.
Skylar, Tiffany's right. State-of-the-art integration, and Xtime is that state-of-the-art scheduling system that everybody is talking about and wants to have and wants to use. And talk to us a little bit, Skylar, if you would, about how this streamlines dealership operations and improves some of the things you've been talking about here at the event, such as the customer experience.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing when I think about Brook AI is a trusted partner. We are so proud to be a partner of ours, right? And to be able to help our dealerships really build a class world experience at their dealerships. And I think the biggest thing that I love about Brook AI is the trust. Consumers, as consumers get more involved in technology and how it helps them and how it gives time back, I think that's the biggest thing as I think about Brook AI is all of the appointments that come into Brook AI with Xtime dealerships that are using Xtime Schedule today. It's so important to think about the time that it gives back to specific people in the dealership, right? We think about how many calls come into a dealership for just status updates, right? And most importantly, just appointments like oil changes, things like that we can really just, Brook AI really comes in, just really helps take that load off of the dealership so they can really focus on that customer's experience, right? Making sure that the customer is taken care of. And I think that's really important. I think customers are going to continue to enjoy these types of things as technology evolves in the actual fixed ops space here. And I think it's really important to have a trusted advisor like Brook AI for sure.
Tiffany, Brook.ai has had 3+ years of working with Xtime. I don't know anybody who's got anything like that in this space. Tiffany, once you install Brook.ai, how difficult is it on the dealer's side, on the management side, to get the integration working and implemented?
It's incredibly easy, which is one of the additional reasons our team of success managers prefers Xtime out of anyone, because the integration is seamless and can be done so quickly. I mean, we've done Xtime integrations, had a store from contract signed to live in 3 days with Xtime. That's how fast it is. And because honestly, we've been working together for so long and so closely, I mean, our team will reach out to the performance managers, we'll include them in some of the calls, some of the setup calls. Because we've been working so closely, that's part of the reason that the integration works so seamlessly and the onboarding is so easy. But Xtime is user-friendly for us. And so it's super easy to set up and can be done really quickly. Brook is working straight off of Xtime's scheduling parameters, right? So what the integration, the reason the integration is special is because Brook is working off of everything that is currently set up in Xtime. So for example, whenever we can complete the Xtime integration, Brook automatically understands how many appointments we're allowed to book within a day, how many of those can be waiters or drop-offs, again, when to schedule the last diag, We know that for any service that's over 160 minutes, we can't book a drop off. It has to be we can't book a waiter. We've got to do a drop off or a different transportation option. So all of that is already done for us, which makes it seamless and it makes it fast. The one thing that we do run through is we'll run through, all of the settings with the store, because sometimes, when you have turnover or changes in roles, there might be settings within X time that the existing service manager may or may not be aware of. And so we look specifically on any settings within X time that we think might be impacting Brooke's ability to answer a question or book appointments. And then we have that discussion directly with the service manager, oftentimes including the performance manager from the X time side as well. We'll make those changes and then we're up and running. So it's really easy. There's not a lot of work on the store's end. Most of the work happens on our end. Any changes that need to be made do need to be made either by the performance manager or the store, but that's done in a simple 30-minute call. So from an onboarding standpoint, time to go live with an X-Time store, max 7 days, and takes 2 phone calls for the store to participate in for us to get there. So pretty easy.
Skylar, you talked a little bit about consumer trust. I wanted to know if you could maybe build on that for us. Talk a little bit about how this partnership contributes to building consumer trust in fixed operations. And you've also talked a lot about, on this event, transparency and efficiency.
Yeah, I think Tiffany hit it right on the nose, right? Having a great partner, right, like with both Cox Automotive and X-Time and Brooke AI is super important to not only to your dealership staff, but also to the actual consumer itself. I think that, like I said before, I think consumers are really gravitating towards these type of technologies, right? How do we make it easier for consumers to schedule appointments, right? Without that consumer actually coming into the dealership or showing up for that appointment is super important. I think transparency is another thing that I think Brooke AI does for our consumers. When they're actually scheduling those appointments, that transparency truly comes to light, right? The consumer's aware, they have expectations that they understand, they know and expect what's going to happen when they actually show up. And so I think the trust factor and the transparency are a true partnership with Brooke AI and also X-Time too. I think the biggest thing too for dealerships that are listening to us today is understanding the reporting, right? It's the data behind it. What is our data saying? Do our customers enjoy Brooke AI? And I will tell you, Tiffany will talk about those things today, is like, do our consumers build value in that? And as our consumers build value in that trust and using technologies, things like Brooke AI to just schedule an appointment. I don't know about you guys, but I still think we still have those customers out there that want to go online and schedule those appointments. We still have customers who truly want to schedule from their mobile device. But I think as we start to see how easy of use this tool is, you're going to start to see dealerships really gravitate towards these types of tools and technology in the industry that are really going to just really truly bring that transparency and trust factor, that they're not going to have to worry about those phone calls or heated phone calls, really, because Brooke's going to really take care of it, handle those specific customers. And there's amazing technology, and it's only going to grow and it's going to expand to different things too as well. So.
And I'll piggyback on that for a minute, because I've looked over a lot of the data that Skylar has shared in other sessions of the roundtable where he's talked a lot about the consumer trust and like what brings the customer back to continue doing service with you. One of them is simply allowing the consumer to book appointments. Obviously, Brooke helps with that factor. The other one was following up after the vehicle was dropped off, so status calls. And to Skylar's earlier point, the kind of the benefit of this technology is really giving time back to people so that they can focus on those types of activities that are even more valuable to the customer. So by freeing up the advisors, if it's not a BDC situation, freeing up those advisors is giving them the time back to make those super important outbound status update calls, or freeing them up to call the customer and review the repair order, take payment over the phone to make it easy when they come back and pick up the vehicle. All of that is really going to improve their experience while still allowing the customer to call the store and book an appointment. Someone's always going to be available to do that. So giving that time back so that the advisors are really able to focus on the customer experience during that visit following up with them. That's really going to, I think, help improve the trust factor, according to the data that Skylar shared in previous session.
Yeah. And can I also ask Tiffany, would you speak to this? Because there are other companies in this space, but they all don't have the deep, rich automotive retail experience that Cox Automotive, Xtime has, and that Brook.ai has, because you're powered by a company that's in the BDC space, proactive dealer solutions, and you understand a lot of the nuances going in where other companies on the technology side may not understand that. Would you mind speaking to that just for a little bit?
Yeah, I think it's given us a bit of a leg up, honestly, because we do understand exactly, coming from a BDC training and consulting space. I mean, we kind of, wrote the training manual on how to build a successful service BDC, how to handle inbound calls, how to book those appointments, communication between the BDC department and the service lane. And understanding all of that really helps us to build our technology in a way that captures all the information from the customer that we need. And the integration with Xtime allows us to push that information into the scheduling tool, right? In any integration, really. But understanding, again, all the nuances. There's other applications in this space that book appointments and put it under, one blanket vehicle, right? Meaning a Toyota customer is coming in, but the appointments always show up as a Kia, for example. That impacts so many things in the lane for an advisor. I mean, they have to know what vehicles are coming in, what models they are, what oil to, like how to be prepared for their day. And so pulling their previous records, making sure we're selecting the right record, because oftentimes there's a lot of duplicates in either the scheduling tool or in the DMS, making sure that our technology has logic that allows us to select the right customer record with the right vehicle, update the information like mileage, customer contact information, put the actual notes of what the customer said their reason for coming in was into that appointment record, allows the advisors in the service department to be prepared, right? Understanding what transportation options to offer, understanding what op codes to block if they don't want certain appointments being booked by the technology and want those transferred to an internal BDC. I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that we know what questions to ask a service manager, right? What do you do with this? How do you schedule this? When do you want the last one of these booked? We know what questions to ask so that we can set our application in a way that it's not disruptive and in fact becomes a part of their team. And I think that that's what's allowed us to grow as fast as we have and retain as many of the stores that we've been able to retain, where I think that that's been difficult for some of the other solutions.
Skylar, that sounds like some pretty important points for dealers.
Very much so. I think the biggest thing for me is if I was a fixed ops director or a service manager over a group or a store or individually, it's like, hey, if I make the changes in my system today and next time, I'm not going to have to worry to make the changes in Brook, because we're integrated, right? We pass that information along and stuff, and so I think it just put you at ease a little bit as managers of these great dealerships that you operate in, is that it's one less thing you got to stress about, right? And allow you to really truly focus on your processes and your daily task at hand to be able to make sure that your customers are happy. And I think the biggest thing is we've got to focus this year on building that trust. How do we get the customers to come back to us? I can't say that enough. Like if dealerships, if we bring that customer in for that first service appointment or even the second or third, and we miss the mark on either one of those, and we miss that opportunity to get that customer back into the dealership, we're really doing ourselves a dissatisfaction, right? The competition is going to be difficult as we start to see some of these numbers and analytics that we see here at Cox Automotive. We've got to protect our bottom line here as dealerships. So,
Skylar and Tiffany, I'm going to ask you to stay with us because I want to have part 2 of this interview, and we're going to air part 2 coming up tomorrow. I'm going to bring you back to talk about the future outlook, because there's a broader vision of potential future developments coming not only at Cox Automotive, but at Brook.ai. So I want to share that with the audience. In the meantime, okay, if our audience wants to reach out to both of you, I understand you're going to be at NADA, Tiffany, is that right?
That's right. Yeah, we will be there. We'll have our Proactive Dealer Solutions Brook.ai booth. Just got to kind of look up, find the purple and pink, and come and find me.
All right. And Skylar, I know Cox Automotive won't be too hard to find.
Can't really miss that one.
And I will be there, and I will be able to answer any questions you have. Love this partnership, truly. So thank you.
All right. Everyone, stand by. We have more coming up from Tiffany and Skylar. We'll be right back at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, and we'll bring you part 2 of this tomorrow.
It used to be that finding the right talent for your car dealership could get a little hairy. Maybe you were just looking in the wrong places. But now that's all changed. At Automax Recruiting and Training, we've helped recruit, screen, and place over 180,000 retail automotive professionals in every department. Along with our robust in-person training programs, with Automax, you'll be pushing the hire button in no time. Automax Recruiting and Training. Any other retail automotive talent search is positively primitive.
As the first day of the Nights of the Fixed Ops Roundtable event comes to a close, don't forget to vote for our Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. We'll be back at the castle tomorrow for day 2 of this epic event at 9 a.m. Eastern.